Chapter 13 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Luggage in Room 19. John Quincy emerged from sleep the next morning with a great effort and dragged his watch from under the pillow. 8:30! Good Lord, he was due at the office at 9. A quick bath and shave, a brief pause at the breakfast table, a run past the public gardens and the common down to School Street. He sat up in bed. Why was he imprisoned under mosquito netting? What was the meaning of the little lizard that sported idly outside the cloth? Oh yes, Honolulu. He was in Hawaii, and he'd never reach his office by 9. It was 5,000 miles away. The low murmur of breakers on the beach confirmed him in this discovery, and stepping to his window, he gazed out at the calm, sparkling morning. Yes, he was in Honolulu, entangled in a murder mystery, consorting with Chinese detectives and Waikiki widows, following clues. The new day held interesting promise. He must hurry to find what it would bring forth. Haku informed him that his aunt and Barbara had already breakfasted and set before him a reddish sort of cantaloupe which was, he explained in answer to the boy's question, a papaya. When he had eaten, John Quincy went out on the lanai. Barbara stood there, staring at the beach. A new Barbara with the old vivacity, the old joy of living, submerged. A pale girl with sorrow in her eyes. John Quincy put his arm about her shoulder. She was a winter slip, and the family was the family. Again he felt in his heart that flare of anger against the person or persons unknown who had brought this grief upon her. The guilty must pay, Egan or whoever, Braid or Leverby or the chorus girl. Pay and pay dearly. He was resolved on that. My dear girl, he began, what can I say to you? You've said it all without speaking, she answered. See, John Quincy, this is my beach. When I was only 5, I swam alone to that first float. He was so proud of me. It's a lovely spot, Barbara, he told her. I knew you'd think so. One of these days we'll swim together out to the reef, and I'll teach you to ride a surfboard. I want your visit to be a happy one. He shook his head. It can't be that, he said. Because of you. But because of you, I'm mighty glad I came. She pressed his hand. I'm going to sit by the water. Will you come? The bamboo curtain parted, and Miss Minerva joined them. Well, John Quincy, she said sharply, this is a pretty hour for you to appear. If you're going to rescue me from Lotus Land, you'll have to be immune yourself. He smiled. Just getting acclimated, he explained. I'll follow you in a moment, Barbara, he added, and held open the door for her. I waited up, Miss Minerva began, when the girl had gone, until 11:30. But I'd had very little sleep the night before, and that was my limit. I make no secret of it. I'm very curious to know what happened at the police station. He repeated to her the story told by Mrs. Compton and Leverby. I wish I'd been present, she said. A pretty woman can fool all the men in Christendom. Lies, probably. Maybe, admitted John Quincy. But wait a minute. Later on, Chan and I followed up your newspaper clue, and it led us to a startling discovery. Of course it did, she beamed. What was it? Well, he said, first of all, I met a missionary on the boat. He told her the Reverend Frank Upton's tale of that morning on Appiank, and added the news that a man named Thomas Mockin Braid was now in Honolulu. She was silent for a time. So Dan was a blackbirder, she remarked at last. How charming. Such a pleasant man, too. But then I learned that lesson early in life. The brighter the smile, the darker the past. All this will make delightful reading in the Boston papers, John Quincy. Oh, they'll never get it, her nephew said. Don't deceive yourself. Newspapers will go to the ends of the earth for a good murder. I once wrote letters to all the editors in Boston, urging them to print no more details about homicides. It hadn't the slightest effect. Though I did get an acknowledgment of my favor from the Herald. John Quincy glanced at his watch. Perhaps I should go down to the station. Anything in the morning paper? A very hazy interview with Captain Hallett. The police have unearthed important clues and promise early results. You know, the sort of thing they always give out just after a murder. The boy looked keenly at her. Ah, he said. Then you read newspaper accounts of the kind you tried to suppress? Certainly I do, snapped his aunt. There's little enough excitement in my life. But I gladly gave up my port wine because I felt intoxicants were bad for the lower classes and... Haku interrupted with the news that John Quincy was wanted on the telephone. When the boy returned to the lanai, there was a brisk air of business about him. That was Charlie, he announced. The day's work is about to get underway. They've located Mr. and Mrs. Braid at the Reef and Palm Hotel, and I'm to meet Charlie there in 15 minutes. The Reef and Palm, repeated Miss Minerva. You see, it keeps coming back to Egan. I'd wager a set of Browning against a modern novel that he's the man who did it. You'd lose your Browning, and then where would you be when the lecture season started? Laughed John Quincy. I never knew you to be so stupid before. His face became serious. By the way, will you explain to Barbara that I can't join her after all? Miss Minerva nodded. Go along, she said. I envy you all this. First time in my life I ever wished I were a man. John Quincy approached the Reef and Palm by way of the beach. The scene was one of bright serenity. A few languid tourists lolled upon the sand. Others, more ambitious, were making picture postcard history out where the surf began. a great white steamer puffed blackly into port. Standing in water up to their necks, a group of Hawaiian women paused in their search for luncheon delicacies to enjoy a moment's gossip. John Quincy passed Arlene Compton's cottage and entered the grounds of the Reef and Palm. On the beach not far from the hotel, an elderly Englishwoman sat on a camp stool with an easel and canvas before her. She was seeking to capture something of that exotic scene. Vainly seeking, for John Quincy, glancing over her shoulder, perceived that her work was terrible. She turned and looked at him, a weary look of protest against his intrusion, and he was sorry she had caught him in the act of smiling at her inept canvas. Chan had not yet arrived at the hotel, and the clerk informed John Quincy that Miss Carlotta had gone to the city. For that interview with her father, no doubt. He hoped that the evidence of the check would bring about Egan's release. It seemed to him that the man was being held on a rather flimsy pretext anyhow. He sat down on the lanai at the side, where he could see both the path that led from the street and the restless waters of the Pacific. On the beach nearby, a man in a purple bathing suit reclined dejectedly, and John Quincy smiled in recollection. Mr. Saladin, alone with his tragedy, peering out at the waters that had robbed him, waiting, no doubt, for the tide to yield up its loot. Some 15 or 20 minutes passed, and then John Quincy heard voices in the garden. He saw that Hallett and Chan were coming up the walk and went to meet them at the front door. "Splendid morning," said Chan. "Nice day to set out on new path leading inevitably to important discovery." John Quincy accompanied them to the desk. The Japanese clerk regarded them with sullen unfriendliness. He had not forgotten the events of the day before. Information had to be dragged from him bit by bit. Yes, there was a Mr. and Mrs. Braid stopping there. They arrived last Saturday on the steamship Sonoma. Mr. Braid was not about at the moment. Mrs. Braid was on the beach painting pretty pictures. "Good," said Hallett. "I'll have a look around their room before I question them. Take us there." The Jap hesitated. "Boy," he called. It was only a bluff, for Reef and Palm had no bellboys. Finally, with an air of injured dignity, he led the way down a long corridor on the same floor as the office and unlocked the door of 19, the last room on the right. Hallett strode in and went to the window. "Here, wait a minute," he called to the clerk. He pointed to the elderly woman painting on the beach. "That Mrs. Braid?" "Yes," hissed the Jap. "All right, go along." The clerk went out. "Mr. Winterslip, I'll ask you to sit here in the window and keep an eye on the lady. If she starts to come in, let me know." He stared eagerly about the poorly furnished bedroom. "Now, Mr. Braid, I wonder what you've got." John Quincy took the post assigned him, feeling decidedly uncomfortable. This didn't seem quite honorable to him. However, he probably wouldn't be called upon to do any searching himself, and if policemen were forced to do disagreeable things, well, they should have thought of that before they became policemen. Not that either Hallett or Chan appeared to be embarrassed by the task before them. There was a great deal of luggage in the room. English luggage, which is usually large and impressive. John Quincy noted a trunk, 2 enormous bags, and a smaller case. All were plastered with labels of the Sonoma, and beneath were the worn fragments of earlier labels telling a broken story of other ships and far hotels. Hallett and Chan were old hands at this game. They went through Braid's trunk rapidly and thoroughly, but without finding anything of note. The captain turned his attention to the small traveling case. With every evidence of delight, he drew forth a packet of letters and sat down with them at a table. John Quincy was shocked. Reading other people's mail was, in his eyes, something that simply wasn't done. It was done by Hallett, however. In a moment the captain spoke. Seems to have been in the British Civil Service in Calcutta, but he's resigned, he announced to Chan. Here's a letter from his superior in London referring to Braid's 36 years on the job and saying he's sorry to lose him. Hallett took up another letter. His face brightened as he read. Say, this is more like it. He handed the typewritten page to Chan. The Chinaman looked at it, and his eyes sparkled. Most interesting, he cried, and turned it over to John Quincy. The boy hesitated. The standards of a lifetime are not easily abandoned. But the others had read it first, so he put aside his scruples. The letter was several months old and was addressed to Braid in Calcutta. Dear Sir, in reply to your inquiry of the 6th instant, would say that Mr. Daniel Winterslip is alive and is a resident of this city. His address is 3947 Kaohla Road, Waikiki, Honolulu. T.H. The signature was that of the British consul at Honolulu. John Quincy returned the epistle to Hallett, who put it in his pocket. At that instant, Chan, who had been exploring one of the larger bags, emitted a little grunt of satisfaction. What is it, Charlie? Hallett asked. The Chinaman set out on the table before his chief a small tin box and removed the lid. It was filled with cigarettes. Corsican brand, he announced cheerfully. Good, said Hallett. It begins to look as though Mr. Thomas Mockin Braid would have a lot to explain. They continued their researches, while John Quincy sat silently by the window. Presently, Carlotta Egan appeared outside. She walked slowly to a chair on the lanai and sat down. For a moment she stared at the breakers, then she began to weep. John Quincy turned uncomfortably away. It came to him that here in this so-called paradise, sorrow was altogether too rampant. The only girls he knew were given to frequent tears, and not without reason. If you'll excuse me, he said, Hallett and Chan, searching avidly, made no reply, and climbing over the sill, he stepped onto the lanai. The girl looked up as he approached. "Oh," she said. "I thought I was alone. You'd like to be, perhaps?" He answered. "But it might help if you told me what has happened. Did you speak to your father about that check?" She nodded. "Yes, I showed it to him, and what do you think he did? He snatched it out of my hand and tore it into 100 pieces. He gave me the pieces to throw away, and he said I was never to mention it to a soul." "I don't understand that," frowned John Quincy. "Neither do I. He was simply furious, not like himself at all. And when I told him you knew about it, he lost his temper again. But you can rely on me. I shan't tell anyone." "I know that, but of course Father wasn't so sure of you as I am. Poor Dad. He's having a horrible time of it. They don't give him a moment's rest. Keep after him constantly, trying to make him tell. But all the policemen in the world couldn't. Oh, poor old Dad." She was weeping again, and John Quincy felt toward her as he had felt toward Barbara. He wanted to put his arm about her just by way of comfort and cheer. But alas, Carlotta Maria Egan was not a winnerslip. Now, he said, "that won't do a bit of good." She looked at him through her tears. "Won't it? I don't know. It seems to help a little, but..." She dried her eyes. "I really haven't time for it now. I must go in and see about lunch." She rose, and John Quincy walked with her along the balcony. "I wouldn't worry if I were you," he said. "The police are on an entirely new trail this morning." "Really?" she asked eagerly. "Yes, there's a man named Braid stopping at your hotel. You know him, I suppose?" She shook her head. "No, I don't." "What? Why, he's a guest here." "He was, but he isn't here now." "Wait a minute." John Quincy laid his hand on her arm, and they stopped. "This is interesting. Braid's gone, you say?" "Yes. I understand from the clerk that Mr. and Mrs. Braid arrived here last Saturday. But early Tuesday morning, before my boat got in, Mr. Braid disappeared, and he hasn't been seen since." "Mr. Braid gets better all the time," John Quincy said. "Hallett and Chan are in his room right now, and they've unearthed some rather intriguing facts. You'd better go in and tell Hallett what you've just told me." They entered the lobby by a side door. As they did so, a slim young Hawaiian boy was coming in through the big door at the front. Something in his manner caught the attention of John Quincy, and he stopped. At that instant, a purple bathing suit slipped past him, and Mr. Saladin also approached the desk. Carlotta Egan went on down the corridor toward room 19, but John Quincy remained in the lobby. The Hawaiian boy moved rather diffidently toward the clerk. "Excuse me, please." he said. I come to see Mr. Braid, Mr. Thomas Braid. Mr. Braid not here, replied the Jap. Then I will wait till he comes. The clerk frowned. No good. Mr. Braid not in Honolulu now. Not in Honolulu. The Hawaiian seemed startled by the news. Mrs. Braid outside on the beach, continued the Jap. Oh, then Mr. Braid returns, said the boy with evident relief. I call again. He turned away, moving rapidly now. The clerk addressed Mr. Saladin, who was hovering near the cigar case. Yes, sir, please. Cigarettes, said the bereft Mr. Saladin. The Jap evidently knew the brand desired and handed over a box. Just put it on my bill, said Saladin. He stood for a moment staring after the Hawaiian, who was disappearing through the front door. As he swung round, his eyes encountered those of John Quincy. He looked quickly away and hurried out. The two policemen and the girl entered from the corridor. Well, Mr. Winterslip, said Hallett, the bird has flown. So I understand, John Quincy answered. But we'll find him, continued Hallett. I'll go over these islands with a dragnet. First of all, I want to talk with his wife. He turned to Carlotta Egan. Get her in here, he ordered. The girl looked at him. Please, he added. She motioned to the clerk, who went out the door. By the way, remarked John Quincy, someone was just here asking for Braid. What's that? Hallett was interested. A young Hawaiian, about 20, I should say, tall and slim. If you go to the door, you may catch a glimpse of him. Hallett hurried over and glanced out into the garden. In a second he returned. Humph, he said. I know him. Did he say he'd come again? He did. Hallett considered. I've changed my mind, he announced. I won't question Mrs. Braid after all. For the present, I don't want her to know we're looking for her husband. I'll trust you to fix that up with your clerk. He added to the girl. She nodded. Lucky we left things as we found them in 19. He went on. Unless she misses that letter and the cigarettes, which isn't likely, we're all right. Now, Miss Egan, we three will go into your father's office there behind the desk and leave the door open. When Mrs. Braid comes in, I want you to question her about her husband's absence. Get all you can out of her. I'll be listening. I understand, the girl said. Hallett, Chan, and John Quincy went into Jim Egan's sanctum. You found nothing else in the room? The latter inquired of the Chinaman. Chan shook his head. Even so, fates are in smiling mood. What we have now are plentiful. Shh, warned Hallett. Mrs. Braid, a young man was just here inquiring for your husband. It was Carlotta Egan's voice. Really? The accent was unmistakably British. He wanted to know where he could find him. We couldn't say. No, of course not. Your husband has left town, Mrs. Braid? Yes, I fancy he has. You know when he will return, perhaps? I really couldn't say. Is the mail in? Not yet. We expect it about 1. Thank you so much. Go to the door, Hallett directed John Quincy. She's gone to her room, announced the boy. The 3 of them emerged from Egan's office. Oh, Captain, said the girl. I'm afraid I wasn't very successful. That's all right, replied Hallett. I didn't think you would be. The clerk was again at his post behind the desk. Hallett turned to him. Look here, he said. I understand someone was here a minute ago asking for Braid. It was Dick Kaohla, wasn't it? Yes, answered the Jap. Had he been here before to see Braid? Yes. Sunday night. Mr. Braid and him have long talk on the beach. Hallett nodded grimly. Come on, Charlie, he said. We've got our work cut out for us. Wherever Braid is, we must find him. John Quincy stepped forward. Pardon me, Captain, he remarked. But if you don't mind, just who is Dick Kaohla? Hallett hesitated. Kaola's father, he's dead now, was a sort of confidential servant to Dan Winterslip. The boy's just plain no good. And oh yes, he's the grandson of that woman who's over at your place now. Kamaikui. Is that her name? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 14. What Kaohla Carried. Several days slipped by so rapidly John Quincy scarcely noted their passing. Dan Winterslip was sleeping now under the royal palms of the lovely island where he had been born. Sun and moon shone brightly in turn on his last dwelling place. But those who sought the person he had encountered that Monday night on his lanai were still groping in the dark. Hallett had kept his word. He was combing the island for Braid, but Braid was nowhere. Ships paused at the crossroads and sailed again. The name of Thomas Mockin Braid was on no sailing list. Through far settlements that were called villages, but were nothing save clusters of Japanese huts, in lonely coves where the surf moaned dismally, over pineapple and sugar plantations, the emissaries of Hallett pursued their quest. Their efforts came to nothing. John Quincy drifted idly with the days. He knew now the glamour of Waikiki waters. He had felt their warm embrace. Every afternoon he experimented with a board in the Malahini surf, and he was eager for the moment when he could dare the big rollers farther out. Boston seemed like a tale that is told, State Street and Beacon, memories of another more active existence now abandoned. No longer was he at a loss to understand his aunt's reluctance to depart these friendly shores. Early Friday afternoon, Miss Minerva found him reading a book on the Lanai. Something in the nonchalance of his manner irritated her. She had always been for action, and the urge was on her even in Hawaii. "Have you seen Mr. Chan lately?" she inquired. "Talked with him this morning. They're doing their best to find Braid." "Humph," sniffed Miss Minerva. "Their best is none too good. I'd like to have a few Boston detectives on this case." "Oh, give them time," yawned John Quincy. "They've had 3 days," she snapped. "Time enough. Braid never left this island of Oahu. That's certain. And when you consider that you can drive across it in a motor in 2 hours, and around it in about 6, Mr. Hallett's brilliance does not impress. I'll have to end by solving this thing myself." John Quincy laughed. "Yes, maybe you will. Well, I've given them the 2 best clues they have. If they'd keep their eyes open the way I do." "Charlie's eyes are open," protested John Quincy. "Think so? They look pretty sleepy to me." Barbara appeared on the Lanai, dressed for a drive. Her eyes were somewhat happier. A bit of color had come back to her cheeks. "What are you reading, John Quincy?" she asked. He held up the book. "The City by the Golden Gate," he told her. "Oh, really? If you're interested, I believe Dad had quite a library on San Francisco. I remember there was a history of the stock exchange. He wanted me to read it, but I couldn't." "You missed a good one," John Quincy informed her. "I finished it this morning. I've read 5 of her books on San Francisco since I came." His aunt stared at him. "What for?" she asked. "Well," he hesitated. "I've taken sort of a fancy to the town. I don't know. Sometimes I think I'd rather like to live there." Miss Minerva smiled grimly. "And they sent you out to take me back to Boston," she remarked. "Boston's all right," said her nephew hastily. "It's Winterslip headquarters, but its hold has never been strong enough to prevent an occasional Winterslip from hitting the trail. You know, when I first came into San Francisco Harbor, I had the oddest feeling." He told them about it. "And the more I saw of the city, the better I liked it. There's a snap and sparkle in the air, and the people seem to know how to get the most out of life." Barbara smiled on him approvingly. "Follow that impulse, John Quincy," she advised. "Maybe I will. All this reminds me, I must write a letter." He rose and left the Lanai. "Does he really intend to desert Boston?" Barbara asked. Miss Minerva shook her head. "Just a moment's madness," she explained. "I'm glad he's going through it. He'll be more human in the future. But as for leaving Boston, John Quincy, as well expect Bunker Hill Monument to emigrate to England." In his room upstairs, however, John Quincy's madness was persistent. He had never completed that letter to Agatha Parker, but he now plunged into the task with enthusiasm, San Francisco was his topic, and he wrote well. He pictured the city in words that glowed with life, and he wondered, just a suggestion, how she'd like to live there. Agatha was now, he recalled, on a ranch in Wyoming, her first encounter with the West. And that was providential. She had felt for herself the lure of the wide open spaces. Well, the farther you went, the wider open they got. In California, life was all color and light. Just a suggestion, of course. As he sealed the flap on the envelope, he seemed to glimpse Agatha's thin, patrician face, and his heart sank. Her gray eyes were cool, so different from Barbara's. So very different from those of Carlotta Maria Egan. On Saturday afternoon, John Quincy had an engagement to play golf with Harry Jennison. He drove up Nuuanu Valley in Barbara's roadster, for Dan Winterslip's will had been read and everything he possessed was Barbara's now. In that sheltered spot, a brisk rain was falling, as is usually the case, though the sun was shining brightly. John Quincy had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Liquid sunshine, the people of Hawaii called such rain, and paid no attention to it. Half a dozen different rainbows added to the beauty of the country club links. Jennison was waiting on the veranda, a striking figure in white. He appeared genuinely glad to see his guest, and they set out on a round of golf that John Quincy would long remember. Never before had he played amid such beauty. The low hills stood on guard, their slopes bright with tropical colors. The yellow of kukui trees, the gray of ferns, the emerald of ohia and banana trees, here and there a splotch of brick-red earth. The course was a green velvet carpet beneath their feet. The showers came and went. Jennison was a proficient driver, but the boy was his superior on approaches, and at the end of the match, John Quincy was 4 up. They putted through a rainbow and returned to the locker room. In the roadster going home, Jennison brought up the subject of Dan Winterslip's murder. John Quincy was interested to get the reaction of a lawyer to the evidence. "I've kept more or less in touch with the case," Jennison said. "Egan is still my choice." Somehow John Quincy resented this. A picture of Carlotta Egan's lovely but unhappy face flashed through his mind. "How about Leverby and the Compton woman?" he asked. "Well, of course, I wasn't present when they told their story," Jennison replied. "But Hallett claims it sounded perfectly plausible. And it doesn't seem likely that if he'd had anything to do with the murder, Leverby would have been fool enough to keep that page from the guest book. There's Braid, too," John Quincy suggested. "Yes, Braid complicates things. But when they run him down, if they do, I imagine the result will be nil. You know that Kamai-Kui's grandson is mixed up somehow with Braid?" "So I understand. It's a matter at once looking into. But mark my words, when all these trails are followed to the end, everything will come back to Jim Egan." "What have you against Egan?" inquired John Quincy, swerving to avoid another car. "I have nothing against Egan," Jennison replied. "But I can't forget the look on Dan Winterslip's face that day he told me he was afraid of the man. Then there is the stub of a Corsican cigarette. Most important of all, Egan's silence regarding his business with Winterslip. Men who are facing a charge of murder, my boy, talk and talk fast. Unless it so happens that what they have to say would further incriminate them. They drove on in silence into the heart of the city. Hallett tells me you're doing a little detective work yourself, smiled Jennison. I've tried, but I'm a duffer, John Quincy admitted. Just at present, my efforts consist of a still hunt for that watch Aunt Minerva saw on the murderer's wrist. Whenever I see a wristwatch, I get as close to it as I can and stare. But as most of my sleuthing is done in the daytime, it isn't so easy to determine whether the numeral 2 is bright or dim. Persistence, urged Jennison. That's the secret of a good detective. Stick to the job and you may succeed yet. The lawyer was to dine with the family at Waikiki. John Quincy set him down at his office, where he had a few letters to sign, and then drove him out to the beach. Barbara was gowned in white. She was slim and wistful and beautiful, and considering the events of the immediate past, the dinner was a cheerful one. They had coffee on the lanai. Presently, Jennison rose and stood by Barbara's chair. We've something to tell you, he announced. He looked down at the girl. Is that right, my dear? Barbara nodded. Your cousin and I. The lawyer turned to the two from Boston. Had been fond of each other for a long time. We shall be married very quietly in a week or so. Oh, Harry, not a week, said Barbara. Well, as you wish. But very soon. Yes, very soon, she repeated. And leave Honolulu for a time, Jennison continued. Naturally, Barbara feels she cannot stay here for the present. So many memories. You both understand. She has authorized me to put this house up for sale. But Harry, Barbara protested, you make me sound so inhospitable. Telling my guests that the house is for sale and I'm leaving. Nonsense, my dear, said Aunt Minerva. John Quincy and I understand quite. I sympathize with your desire to get away. She rose. I'm sorry, said Jennison. I did sound a little abrupt. But I'm naturally eager to take care of her now. Of course, John Quincy agreed. Miss Minerva bent over and kissed the girl. If your mother were here, dear child, she said, she couldn't wish for your happiness any more keenly than I do. Barbara reached up impulsively and put her arms about the older woman. John Quincy shook Jennison's hand. You're mighty lucky. I think so, Jennison answered. The boy went over to Barbara. All good wishes, he said. She nodded, but did not reply. He saw there were tears in her eyes. Presently, Miss Minerva withdrew to the living room, and John Quincy, feeling like a fifth wheel, made haste to leave the two together. He went out on the beach. The pale moon rode high amid the golden stars. Romance whispered through the coconut palms. He thought of the scene he had witnessed that breathless night on the President's Tyler. Only two in the world, love quick and overwhelming. Well, this was the setting for it. Here on this beach they had walked two and two since the beginning of time. whispering the same vows, making the same promises, whatever their color and creed. Suddenly the boy felt lonely. Barbara was a winter slip and not for him. Why then did he feel again that frustrating pang in his heart? She had chosen, and her choice was fitting. What affair was it of his? He found himself moving slowly toward the Reef and Palm Hotel. For a chat with Carlotta Egan? But why should he want to talk with this girl, whose outlook was so different from that of the world he knew? The girls at home were on a level with the men in brains. Often, indeed, they were superior. Seemed to be looking down from a great height. They discussed that article in the latest Atlantic, Shaw's Grim Philosophy, and the new sergeant at the art gallery. Wasn't that the sort of talk he should be seeking here? Or was it? Under these palms on this romantic beach, with the moon riding high over Diamond Head, Carlotta Egan was seated behind the desk in the deserted lobby of the Reef and Palm, a worried frown on her face. "You've come at the psychological moment," she cried and smiled. "I'm having the most awful struggle." "Arithmetic?" John Quincy inquired. "Compound fractions, it seems to me. I'm making out the Braid's bill." He came round the desk and stood at her side. "Let me help you." "It's so fearfully involved." She looked up at him, and he wished they could do their sums on the beach. "Mr. Braid has been away since Tuesday morning, and we don't charge for any absence of more than 3 days. So that comes out of it. Maybe you can figure it. I can't." "Charge him anyhow," suggested John Quincy. "I'd like to. That would simplify everything. But it's not Dad's way." John Quincy took up a pencil. "What rate are they paying?" he inquired. She told him, and he began to figure. It wasn't a simple matter, even for a bond expert. John Quincy frowned too. Someone entered the front door of the Reef and Palm. Looking up, John Quincy beheld the Hawaiian boy, Dick Kaohla. He carried a bulky object wrapped in newspapers. "Mr. Braid here now?" he asked. Carlotta Egan shook her head. "No, he hasn't returned." "I will wait," said the boy. "But we don't know where he is or when he will come back," the girl protested. "He will be here soon," the Hawaiian replied. "I wait on the lanai." He went out the side door, still carrying his clumsy burden. John Quincy and the girl stared at each other. "We move, we advance," John Quincy quoted in a low voice. "Braid will be here soon. Would you mind going out on the lanai and telling me where Kaohla is now?" Quickly the girl complied. She returned in a few seconds. "He's taken a chair at the far end." "Out of earshot?" "Quite. Do you want the telephone?" But John Quincy was already in the booth. Charlie Chan's voice came back over the wire. "Most warm congratulations. You are #1 detective yourself. Should my self-starter not indulge in stubborn spasm, I will make immediate connection with you." John Quincy returned to the desk, smiling. "Charlie's flying to us in his Ford. Begins to look as though we were getting somewhere now. But about this bill. Mrs. Braid's board and room, I make $16. The charge against Mr. Braid? 1 week's board and room minus 4 days' board. Total $9.62. How can I ever thank you? Said the girl. By telling me again about your childhood on this beach. A shadow crossed her face. Oh, I'm sorry, I've made you unhappy. Oh no, you couldn't. She shook her head. I've never been so very happy. Always an if in it, as I told you before. That morning on the ferry, I think I was nearest to real happiness. I seemed to have escaped from life for a moment. I remember how you laughed at my hat. Oh, I hope you've forgiven me. Nonsense. I'm mighty glad I was able to make you laugh like that. Her great eyes stared into the future, and John Quincy pitied her. He had known others like her, others who loved their fathers, built high hopes for them, then saw them drift into a baffled old age. One of the girl's slender, tanned hands lay on the desk. John Quincy put his own upon it. Don't be so unhappy, he urged. It's such a wonderful night. The moon, you're a what you may call it, a kamaina, I know, but I'll bet you never saw the moon looking so well before. It's like $1,000 gold piece, pale but negotiable. Shall we go outside and spend it? Gently, she drew her hand away. There were 7 bottles of charged water sent to the room. 35 cents each. What? Oh, the Braid's bill. Yes, that means $2.45 more. I'd like to mention the stars, too. Isn't it odd how close the stars seem in the tropics? She smiled. We mustn't forget the trunks and bags. $3 for bringing them up from the dock. Say, that's rather steep. Well, it goes down on the record. Have I ever told you that all this natural beauty out here has left its imprint on your face? In the midst of so much loveliness, one couldn't be anything but... Mrs. Braid had 3 trays to the room. That's 75 cents more. Extravagant lady. Braid will be sorry he came back for more reasons than one. Well, I've got that. Anything else? Just the laundry, 97 cents. Fair enough. Adding it all up, I get $32.69. Let's call it an even 33. She laughed. Oh no, we can't do that. Mrs. Braid came slowly into the lobby from the lanai. She paused at the desk. Has there been a message? She inquired. No, Mrs. Braid, the girl answered. She handed over the slip of paper. Your bill. Ah, yes. Mr. Braid will attend to this the moment he returns. You expect him soon? I can't really say. The Englishwoman moved on into the corridor leading to 19. Full of information, as usual, smiled John Quincy. Why, here's Charlie now. Chan came briskly to the desk, followed by another policeman, also in plainclothes. Automobile Act Noble, he announced, having fondly feeling for night air. He nodded toward his companion. Introducing Mr. Spencer. Now, what are the situation? Humbly hinting you speak fast. John Quincy told him Kaohla was waiting on the lanai and mentioned the unwieldy package carried by the boy. Chan nodded. Events are turning over rapidly, he said. He addressed the girl. Please kindly relate to this Kaohla that Braid has arrived and would wish to encounter him here. She hesitated. No, added Chan hastily. I forget nice heathen delicacy. It is not pretty I should ask a lady to scatter false lies from ruby lips. I humbly demand forgiveness. Content yourself with a veiled pretext bringing him here. The girl smiled and went out. Mr. Spencer, said Chan, I make bold to suggest you interrogate this Hawaiian. My reckless wanderings among words of unlimitable English language often fail to penetrate sort of skulls plentiful round here. Spencer nodded and went to the side door, standing where he would not be seen by anyone entering there. In a moment Kaohla appeared, followed by the girl. The Hawaiian came in quickly, but seeing Chan, stopped, and a frightened look crossed his face. Spencer startled him further by seizing his arm. Come over here, said the detective. We want to talk to you. He led the boy to a far corner of the room. Chan and John Quincy followed. Sit down here. I'll take that. He removed the heavy package from under the boy's arm. For a moment the Hawaiian seemed about to protest, but evidently he thought better of it. Spencer placed the package on a table and stood over Kaohla. Want to see Braid, eh? He began in a threatening tone. Yes. What for? Business is private. Well, I'm telling you to come across. You're in bad. Better change your mind and talk. No. All right, we'll see about that. What have you got in that package? The boy's eyes went to the table, but he made no answer. Chan took out a pocket knife. Simple matter to discover, he said. He cut the rough twine, unwound several layers of newspapers. John Quincy pressed close. He felt that something important was about to be divulged. The last layer of paper came off. Hot dog! Cried Chan. He turned quickly to John Quincy. Oh, I am so sorry. I pick up atrocious phrase like that from my cousin Mr. Willie Chan, captain of all Chinese baseball team. But John Quincy did not hear. His eyes were glued to the object that lay on the table. An Ohio wood box, bound with copper, the initials TMB. We will unlatch it, said Chan. He made an examination. No, locked most strongly. We will crash into it at police station, where you and I and the silent Hawaiian will now hasten. Mr. Spencer, you will remain on spot here. Should Braid appear, you know your duty. I do, said Spencer. Mr. Kaohla, do me the honor to accompany, continued Chan. At police headquarters, much talk will be extracted out of you. They turned toward the door. As they did so, Carlotta Egan came up. May I speak to you a moment? She said to John Quincy. Surely. He walked with her to the desk. I went to the lanai just now, she whispered breathlessly. Someone was crouching outside the window near where you were talking. I went closer and it was Mr. Saladin. Aha, said John Quincy. Mr. Saladin had better drop that sort of thing, or he'll get himself in trouble. Should we tell Chan? Not yet. You and I will do a little investigating ourselves first. Chan has other things to think about, and we don't want any of our guests to leave unless it's absolutely necessary. We certainly don't. She smiled. I'm glad you've got the interests of the house at heart. That's just where I've got them, John Quincy began, but Chan cut in. Humbly begging pardon, he said. We must speed. Captain Hallett will have high delight to encounter this Kaohla, to say nothing of the Ohio wood box. In the doorway, Kaohla crowded close to John Quincy, and the latter was startled by the look of hate he saw in the boy's stormy eyes. You did this, muttered the Hawaiian. I don't forget. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 15. The Man from India. They clattered along Kaohla Avenue in Chan's car. John Quincy sat alone on the rear seat. At the detective's request, he held the Ohio wood box on his knees. He rested his hands upon it. Once it had eluded him, but he had it now. His mind went back to that night in the attic 2,000 miles away, the shadow against the moonlit window, the sting of a jewel cutting across his cheek. Roger's heartfelt cry of "Poor old Dan!" Did they hold at last, in this Ohio wood box, the answer to the mystery of Dan's death? Hallett was waiting in his room. With him was a keen-eyed, efficient-looking man, evidently in his late 30s. "Hello, boys," said the captain. "Mr. Winterslip, meet Mr. Green, our district court prosecutor." Green shook hands cordially. "I've been wanting to meet you, sir," he said. "I know your city rather well. Spent 3 years at your Harvard Law School." "Really?" replied John Quincy with enthusiasm. "Yes. I went there after I got through at New Haven. I'm a Yale man, you know." "Oh," remarked John Quincy without any enthusiasm at all. But Green seemed a pleasant fellow, despite his choice of college. Chan had set the box on the table before Hallett, and was explaining how they had come upon it. The captain's thin face had brightened perceptibly. He inspected the treasure. "Locked, eh?" he remarked. "You got the key, Kaohla?" The Hawaiian shook his head sullenly. "No." "Watch your step, boy," warned Hallett. "Go over him, Charlie." Chan went over him, rapidly and thoroughly. He found a key ring, but none of the keys fitted the lock on the box. He also brought to light a fat roll of bills. "Where'd you get all that money, Dick?" Hallett inquired. "I got it," glowered the boy. But Hallett was more interested in the box. He tapped it lovingly. "This is important, Mr. Green. We may find the solution of our puzzle in here." He took a small chisel from his desk, and after a brief struggle pried open the lid. John Quincy, Chan, and the prosecutor pressed close, their eyes staring eagerly as the captain lifted the lid. The box was empty. "Filled with nothing," murmured Chan. "Another dream goes smash against stone wall." The disappointment angered Hallett. He turned on Kaohla. "Now, my lad," he said, "I want to hear from you. You've been in touch with Braid. You talked with him last Sunday night. You've heard he's returning tonight. You've got some deal on with him. Come across and be quick about it." "Nothing to tell," said the Hawaiian stubbornly. Hallett leapt to his feet. "Oh, yes, you have, and by heaven, you're going to tell it. I'm not any too patient tonight, and I warn you, if you don't talk and talk quick, I'm likely to get rough." He stopped suddenly and turned to Chan. "Charlie, that inter-island boat is due from Maui about now. Get down to the dock and watch for Braid. You've got his description?" "Sure," answered Chan. Thin, pale face, one shoulder descended below other, gray mustaches that droop in saddened mood. "That's right. Keep a sharp lookout. And leave this lad to us. He won't have any secrets when we get through with him, eh, Mr. Green?" The prosecutor, more discreet, merely smiled. "Mr. Winterslip," said Chan, "the night is delicious. A little stroll to Moonlight Dock." "I'm with you," John Quincy replied. He looked back over his shoulder as he went, and reflected that he wouldn't care to be in Kaohla's shoes. The pier shed was dimly lighted, and a small but diversified group awaited the incoming boat. Chan and John Quincy walked to a far end, and there, seated on a packing case, they found the waterfront reporter of the evening paper. "Hello, Charlie," cried Mr. Mayberry. "What you doing here?" "Maybe friend arrive on boat," grinned Chan. "Is that so?" responded Mayberry. "You boys over at the station have certainly become pretty mysterious all of a sudden. What's doing, Charlie?" "All pronouncements come from Captain," advised Chan. "Yeah, we've heard his pronouncements," sneered Mayberry. "The police have unearthed clues and are working on them. Nothing to report. It's sickening. Well, sit down, Charlie. Oh, Mr. Winterslip, good evening. I didn't recognize you at first." "How are you?" said John Quincy. He and Chan also found packing cases. There was a penetrating odor of sugar in the air. Through a wide opening in the pier shed, they gazed along the waterfront and out upon the moonlit harbor. A rather exotic and intriguing scene, John Quincy reflected, and he said as much. "Think so?" answered Mayberry. "Well, I don't. To me, it's just like Seattle or Galveston or any of those stereotyped ports. But you see, I knew it when... I think you mentioned that before." John Quincy smiled. "I'm likely to mention it at any moment. As far as I'm concerned, the harbor of Honolulu has lost its romance. Once this was the most picturesque waterfront in the world, my boy. And now look at the damned thing." The reporter relighted his pipe. Charlie can tell you. He remembers. The old ramshackle, low-lying wharves. Old Naval Row with its sailing ships. The wooden-hulled steamers with a mast or two, not too proud to use God's good winds occasionally. The bright little rowboats, the Aloha, the Manu, the Emma, Chan? All extinct, agreed Chan. You wouldn't see a Rotary Club gang like this on a pier in those days, Mayberry continued. Just Hawaiian stevedores with leis on their hats and ukuleles in their hands. Fishermen with their nets and maybe a breezy old-time purser. A glad-hander and not a mere machine. He puffed a moment in sad silence. Those were the days, Mr. Winterslip, the days of Hawaii's isolation and her charm. The cable and the radio hadn't linked us up with the so-called civilization of the mainland. Every boat that came in, we'd scamper over it, hunting a newspaper with the very latest news of the outside world. Remember those steamer days, Charlie, when everybody went down to the wharf in the good old hacks of yesterday? When the women wore holokus and lahala hats, and Berger was there with his band, and maybe a prince or two. And the nights, suggested Charlie. Yeah, old-timer, I was coming to the nights. The soft nights when the serenaders drifted about the harbor in rowboats, and the lanterns speared long paths on the water. He seemed about to weep. John Quincy's mind went back to the books he had read in his boyhood. And occasionally, he said, I presume somebody went aboard a ship against his will? I'll say he did, replied Mr. Mayberry, brightening at the thought. Why, it was only in the 90s I was sitting one night on a dock a few yards down when I saw a scuffle near the landing, and one of my best friends shouted to me, Goodbye, Pete. I was up and off in a minute, and I got him away from them. I was younger in those days. He was a good fellow, a sailor man, and he wasn't intending to take the journey that bunch had planned for him. They'd got him into a saloon and drugged him, but he pulled out of it just in time. Oh, well, those days are gone forever now. Just like Galveston or Seattle. Yes, sir, this harbor of Honolulu has lost its romance. The little inter-island boat was drawing up to the pier, and they watched it come. As the gangplank went down, Chan rose. Who are you expecting, Charlie? Asked Mayberry. We grope about, said Chan. Maybe on this boat are Mr. Braid. Braid! Mayberry leaped to his feet. Not so sure, warned Chan. Only a matter we suppose. If correct, humbly suggest you follow to the station. You might capture news. John Quincy and Chan moved up to the gangplank as the passengers descended. There were not many aboard. A few island businessmen, a scattering of tourists, a party of Japanese in Western clothes, ceremoniously received by friends ashore, a quaint little group all bowing from the waist. John Quincy was watching them with interest when Chan touched his arm. A tall, stooped Englishman was coming down the plank, Thomas Mockin Braid would have been easily spotted in any crowd. His mustache was patterned after that of the Earl of Pawtucket, and to make identification even simpler, he wore a white pith helmet. Pith helmets are not necessary under the kindly skies of Hawaii. This was evidently a relic of Indian days. Chan stepped forward. Mr. Braid? The man had a tired look in his eyes. He stared nervously. Yes. He hesitated. I am Detective Sergeant Chan, Honolulu Police. You will do me the great honor to accompany me to the station, if you please. Braid stared at him, then shook his head. It's quite impossible, he said. Pardon me, please, answered Chan. It are inevitable. I have just returned from a journey, protested the man. My wife may be worried regarding me. I must have a talk with her, and after that... Regret, purred Chan, are scorching me, but duty remains duty. Chief's words are law. Humbly suggest we squander valuable time. Am I to understand that I am under arrest? Flared Braid. The idea is preposterous, Chan assured him. But the captain waits eager for statement from you. You will walk away, I am sure. A moment's pardon. I introduce my fine friend, Mr. John Quincy Winterslip of Boston. At the mention of the name, Braid turned and regarded John Quincy with deep interest. Very good, he said. I'll go with you. They went out to the street, Braid carrying a small handbag. The flurry of arrival was dying fast. Honolulu would shortly return to its accustomed evening calm. When they reached the police station, Hallett and the prosecutor seemed in high good humor. Kaohla sat in a corner, hopeless and defeated. John Quincy saw at a glance that the boy's secret was his no longer. Introducing Mr. Braid, said Chan. Ah, cried Hallett. We're glad to see you, Mr. Braid. We've been getting pretty worried about you. Really, sir, said Braid, I am completely at a loss. Sit down, ordered Hallett. The man sank into a chair. He, too, had a hopeless, defeated air. No one can appear more humble and beaten than a British civil servant, and this man had known 36 years of baking under the Indian sun, looked down on by the military, respected by none. Not only his mustache, but his whole figure drooped in saddened mood. Yet now and then, John Quincy noted, he flashed into life. A moment of self-assertion and defiance. Where have you been, Mr. Braid? Hallett inquired. I have visited one of the other islands, Maui. You went last Thursday morning? Yes, on the same steamer that brought me back. Your name was not on the sailing list, Hallett said. No, I went under another name. I had reasons. Indeed. The flash of life. Just why am I here, sir? He turned to the prosecutor. Perhaps you will tell me that? Green nodded toward the detective. Captain Hallett will enlighten you, he said. You bet I will, Hallett announced. As perhaps you know, Mr. Braid, Mr. Dan Winterslip has been murdered. Braid's washed-out eyes turned to John Quincy. Yes, he said. I read about it in a Hilo newspaper. You didn't know it when you left last Tuesday morning? Hallett asked. I did not. I sailed without seeing a paper here. Ah, yes. When did you see Mr. Dan Winterslip last? I never saw him. What? Be careful, sir. I never saw Dan Winterslip in my life. All right. Where were you last Tuesday morning at 20 minutes past 1? I was asleep in my room at the Reef and Palm Hotel. I'd retired at 9:30 as I had to rise early in order to board my boat. My wife can verify that. A wife's testimony, Mr. Braid, is not of great value. Braid leaped to his feet. Look here, sir. Do you mean to insinuate? Take it easy, said Hallett smoothly. I have a few matters to call to your attention, Mr. Braid. Mr. Dan Winterslip was murdered at 1:20 or thereabouts last Tuesday morning. We happen to know that in his youth he served as first officer aboard the Maid of Shiloh, a blackbirder. The master of that vessel had the same name as yourself. An investigation of your room at the Reef and Palm... How dare you? Cried Braid. By what right? I am hunting the murderer of Dan Winterslip, broke in Hallett coolly. And I follow the trail wherever it leads. In your room I found a letter from the British consul here addressed to you, and informing you that Winterslip was alive in Honolulu. I also found this tin of Corsican cigarettes. Just outside the living room door of Winterslip's house, we picked up a stub of a Corsican cigarette. It's a brand not on sale in Honolulu. Braid had dropped back into his chair and was staring in a dazed way at the tin box in Hallett's hand. Hallett indicated the Hawaiian boy in the corner. Ever see this lad before, Mr. Braid? Braid nodded. You had a talk with him last Sunday night on the beach? Yes. The boys told us all about it. He read in the paper that you were coming to Honolulu. His father was a confidential servant in Dan Winterslip's employ, and he himself was brought up in the Winterslip household. He could make a pretty good guess at your business with Winterslip, and he figured you'd be pleased to lay hands on this Ohio wood box. In his boyhood, he'd seen it in a trunk in the attic of Winterslip's San Francisco house. He went down to the President's Tyler and arranged with a friend aboard that boat, the quartermaster, to break into the house and steal the box. When he saw you last Sunday night, he told you he'd have the box as soon as the President's Tyler got in, and he arranged to sell it to you for a good sum. Am I right so far, Mr. Braid? You are quite right, said Braid. The initials on the box are TMB, Hallett persisted. They are your initials, are they not? They happen to be, said Braid. But they were also the initials of my father. My father died aboard ship in the South Seas many years ago, and that box was stolen from his cabin after his death. It was stolen by the first officer of the Maid of Shiloh, by Mr. Dan Winterslip. For a moment, no one spoke. A cold shiver ran down the spine of John Quincy Winterslip, and a hot flush suffused his cheek. Why, oh why, had he strayed so far from home? In Boston he traveled in a rut, perhaps, but ruts were safe, secure. There no one had ever brought a charge such as this against a Winterslip. No whisper of scandal had ever sullied the name. But here Winterslips had run amok, and there was no telling what would next be dragged into the light. "I think, Mr. Braid," said the prosecutor slowly, "you had better make a full statement." Braid nodded. "I intend to do so. My case against Winterslip is not complete, and I should have preferred to remain silent for a time. But under the circumstances, of course, I must speak out. I'll smoke, if you don't mind." He took a cigarette from his case and lighted it. "I'm a bit puzzled just how to begin. My father disappeared from England in the 70s, leaving my mother and me to shift for ourselves. For a time we heard nothing of him. Then letters began to arrive from various points in Australia and the South Seas. Letters with money in them, money we badly needed. I have since learned that he had gone into the blackbirding trade. It is nothing to be proud of, God knows, but I'd like to recall in his favor that he did not entirely abandon his wife and boy. In the 80s, we got word of his death. He died aboard the Maid of Shiloh and was buried on the island of Opiang in the Gilbert Group, buried by Dan Winterslip, his first officer. We accepted the fact of his death, the fact of no more letters with remittances, and took up our struggle again. 6 months later, we received, from a friend of my father in Sydney, a brother captain, a most amazing letter. This letter said that, to the writer's certain knowledge, my father had carried a great deal of money in his cabin on the Maid of Shiloh. He had done no business with banks. Instead, he had had this strongbox made of Ohio wood. The man who wrote us said that he had seen the inside of it, and that it contained jewelry and a large quantity of gold. My father had also shown him several bags of green hide containing gold coins from many countries. He estimated that there must have been close to 20,000 pounds in all. Dan Winterslip, the letter said, had brought the Maid of Shiloh back to Sydney and turned over to the proper authorities my father's clothing and personal effects and a scant 10 pounds in money. He had made no mention of anything further. He and the only other white man aboard the Maid, an Irishman named Hagen, had left at once for Hawaii. My father's friend suggested that we start an immediate investigation. Well, gentlemen, Braid looked about the circle of interested faces. What could we do? We were in pitiful circumstances, my mother and I. We had no money to employ lawyers to fight a case thousands of miles away. We did make a few inquiries through a relative in Sydney, but nothing came of them. There was talk for a time but the talk died out, and the matter was dropped. But I have never forgotten. Dan Winterslip returned here and prospered. He built on the foundation of the money he found in my father's cabin a fortune that inspired the admiration of Honolulu. And while he prospered, we were close to starvation. My mother died, but I carried on. For years it has been my dream to make him pay. I have not been particularly successful, but I have skipped. I have the money now to fight this case. 4 months ago, I resigned my post in India and set out for Honolulu. I stopped over in Sydney. My father's friend is dead, but I have his letter. I have the depositions of others who knew about that money, about the Ohio wood box. I came on here ready to face Dan Winterslip at last, but I never faced him. As you know, gentlemen, Braid's hand trembled slightly as he put down his cigarette. Someone robbed me of that privilege. Some unknown hand removed from my path the man I have hated for more than 40 years. You arrived last Saturday, a week ago, said Hallett after a pause. On Sunday evening, Kaohla here called on you. He offered you the strongbox? He did, Braid replied. He'd had a cable from his friend and expected to have the box by Tuesday. I promised him $5,000 for it, a sum I intended Winterslip should pay. Kaohla also told me that Hagen was living on a ranch in a remote part of the island of Maui. That explains my journey there. I took another name as I didn't want Winterslip to follow my movements. I had no doubt he was watching me. You didn't tell Kaohla you were going either? No, I didn't think it advisable to take him completely into my confidence. I found Hagen, but could get nothing out of him. Evidently, Winterslip had bought his silence long ago. I realized the box was of great importance to me, and I cabled Kaohla to bring it to me immediately on my return. It was then that news of Winterslip's death came through. It was a deep disappointment, but it will not deter me. He turned to John Quincy. Winterslip's heirs must pay. I am determined they shall make my old age secure. John Quincy's face flushed again. A spirit of rebellion, of family pride outraged, stirred within him. We'll see about that, Mr. Braid, he said. You have unearthed the box, but so far as any proof about valuables, money... One moment, cut in Green, the prosecutor. Mr. Braid, have you a description of any article of value taken from your father? Braid nodded. Yes, in my father's last letter to us. I was looking through it only the other day. He spoke of a brooch he had picked up in Sydney. A tree of emeralds, rubies, and diamonds against an onyx background. He said he was sending it to my mother, but it never came. The prosecutor looked at John Quincy. John Quincy looked away. I'm not one of Dan Winterslip's heirs, Mr. Braid, he explained. As a matter of fact, he was a rather distant relative of mine. I can't presume to speak for his daughter, but I'm reasonably sure that when she knows your story, this matter can be settled out of court. You'll wait, of course? I'll wait, agreed Braid. And now, Captain. Hallett raised his hand. Just a minute. You didn't call on Winterslip? You didn't go near his house? I did not, said Braid. Yet just outside the door of his living room we found, as I told you, the stub of Corsican's cigarette. It's a matter still to be cleared up. Braid considered briefly. I don't want to get anyone into trouble, he said, but the man is nothing to me and I must clear my own name. In the course of a chat with the proprietor of the Reef and Palm Hotel, I offered him a cigarette. He was delighted when he recognized the brand, said it had been years since he'd seen one. So I gave him a handful, and he filled his case. You're speaking of Jim Egan, suggested Hallett delightedly. Of Mr. James Egan, yes, Braid replied. That's all I want to know, said Hallett. Well, Mr. Green. The prosecutor addressed Braid. For the present, we can't permit you to leave Honolulu, he said. But you are free to go to your hotel. This box will remain here until we can settle its final disposition. Naturally, Braid rose. John Quincy faced him. I'll call on you very soon, he promised. What? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. The man stared nervously about him. If you'll pardon me, gentlemen, I must run. I really must. He went out. The prosecutor looked at his watch. Well, that's that. I'll have a conference with you in the morning, Hallett. My wife's waiting for me at the country club. Good night, Mr. Winterslip. He saw the look on John Quincy's face and smiled. Don't take those revelations about your cousin too seriously. The 80s are ancient history, you know. As Green disappeared, Hallett turned to John Quincy. What about this Kaohla? He inquired. It will be a pretty complicated job to prosecute him and his housebreaking friend on the President's Tyler, but it can be done. A uniformed policeman appeared at the door, summoning Chan outside. Oh no, said John Quincy. Let the boy go. We don't want any publicity about this. I'll ask you, Captain, to keep Braid's story out of the papers. I'll try, Hallett replied. He turned to the Hawaiian. Come here. The boy rose. You heard what this gentleman said. You ought to be sent up for this. But we've got more important things to attend to now. Run along. Beat it. Chan came in just in time to hear the last. At his heels followed a sly little Jap and a young Chinese boy. The latter was attired in the extreme of college-cut clothes. He was an American, and he emphasized the fact. Only one moment, Chan cried. New and interesting fact emerged into light. Gentlemen, my cousin Willie Chan, captain all-Chinese baseball team and demon backstopper of the Pacific. Pleased to meet you, said Willie Chan. Also Okamoto, who have auto stand on Kaohla Avenue, not far from Winterslip household. I know Okamoto, said Hallett. He sells Okalihau on the side. No, indeed, protested the Jap. Auto stand, that is what. Willie do small investigating to help out crowded hours, went on Chan. He have dug up strange event out of this Okamoto here. One early morning of Tuesday, July 1st, Okamoto is roused from slumber by fierce knocks on door of room. He goes to door. Let him tell it, suggested Hallett. What time was this? 2 of the morning, said the Jap. Knocks were as described. I rouse and look at watch, run to door. Mr. Dick Kaohla here is waiting. Demand I drive him to home over in Ivile district. I done so. All right, said Hallett. Anything else? No? Charlie, take them out and thank them. That's your specialty. He waited until the Orientals had left the room, then turned fiercely on Kaohla. Well, here you are back in the limelight, he cried. Now come across. What were you doing out near Winterslip's house the night of the murder? Nothing, said the Hawaiian. Nothing. A little late to be up doing nothing, wasn't it? Look here, my boy. I'm beginning to get you. For years, Dan Winterslip gave you money, supported you, until he finally decided you were no good. So he stopped the funds, and you and he had a big row. Now, didn't you? Yes, admitted Dick Kaohla. On Sunday night, Braid offered you $5,000 for the box. You thought it wasn't enough. The idea struck you that maybe Dan Winterslip would pay more. You were a little afraid of him, but you screwed up your courage and went to his house. No, the boy cried. I did not go there. I say you did. You'd made up your mind to double-cross Braid. You and Dan Winterslip had another big scrap. You drew a knife. Lies. All lies. The boy shouted, terrified. Don't tell me I lie. You killed Winterslip, and I'll get it out of you. I got the other, and I'll get this. Hallett rose threateningly from his chair. Chan suddenly re-entered the room and handed Hallett a note. Arrived this morning by special messenger, he explained. Hallett ripped open the envelope and read. His expression altered. He turned disgustedly to Kaohla. Beat it, he scowled. The boy fled gratefully. John Quincy and Chan looked wonderingly at the captain. Hallett sat down at his desk. It all comes back to Egan, he said. I've known it from the first. Wait a minute, cried John Quincy. What about that boy? Hallett crumpled the letter in his hand. Kaohla? Oh, he's out of it now. Why? That's all I can tell you. He's out of it. That's not enough, John Quincy said. I demand to know. Hallett glared at him. You know all you're going to, he answered angrily. I say Kaohla's out, and that settles it. Egan killed Winterslip, and before I get through with him... Permit me to say, interrupted John Quincy, that you have the most trusting nature I ever met. Everybody's story goes with you. The Compton woman and that rat Leverby come in here and spin a yarn, and you bow them out. And Braid. What about Braid? In bed at 1:20 last Tuesday morning, eh? Who says so? He does. Who can prove it? His wife can. What was to prevent his stepping out on the balcony of the Reef and Palm and walking along the beach to my cousin's house? Answer me that. Hallett shook his head. It's Egan. That cigarette... Yes, that cigarette. Has it occurred to you that Braid may have gotten him those cigarettes purposely? Egan did it, cut in Hallett stubbornly. All I need now is his story. I'll get it. I have ways and means. I congratulate you on your magnificent stupidity, cried John Quincy. Good night, sir. He walked along Bethel Street, Chan at his side. You are partly consumed by anger, said the Chinaman. Humbly suggest you cool. Calm heads needed. But what was in that note? Why wouldn't he tell us? In good time we know. Captain Honest Man. Be patient. But we're all at sea again, protested John Quincy. Who killed Cousin Dan? We get nowhere. So very true, agreed Chan. More clues lead us into presence of immovable stone wall. We sway about, seeking still other path. I'll say we do, answered John Quincy. There comes my car. Good night. Not until the trolley was halfway to Waikiki did he remember Mr. Saladin. Saladin crouching outside that window at the Reef and Palm. What did that mean? But Saladin was a comic figure, a lisping searcher after bridge work in the limpid waters of Waikiki. Even so, perhaps his humble activities should be investigated. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 16. The Return of Captain Kobe. After breakfast on Sunday morning, John Quincy followed Miss Minerva to the lanai. It was a neat world that lay outside the screen, for Dan Winterslip's yard boy had been busy until a late hour the night before, sweeping the lawn with the same loving thoroughness a housewife might display on a precious oriental rug. Barbara had not come down to breakfast, and John Quincy had seized the opportunity to tell his aunt of Braid's return and repeat the man's story of Dan Winterslip's theft on board the Maid of Shiloh. Now he lighted a cigarette and sat staring seriously out at the distant water. Cheer up, said Miss Minerva. You look like a judge. I presume you're thinking of poor Dan. I am. Forgive and forget. None of us ever suspected Dan of being a saint. A saint? Far from it. He was just a plain... Never mind, put in his aunt sharply. Remember, John Quincy, man is a creature of environment, and the temptation must have been great. picture Dan on that ship in these easy-going latitudes, wealth at his feet and not a soul in sight to claim it. Ill-gotten wealth at that. Even you... Even I, said John Quincy sternly, would have recalled I am a winter-slip. I never dreamed I'd live to hear you offering apologies for that sort of conduct. She laughed. You know what they say about white women who go to the tropics. They lose first their complexion, then their teeth, and finally their moral sense. She hesitated. I've had to visit the dentist a good deal of late, she added. John Quincy was shocked. My advice to you is to hurry home, he said. When are you going? Oh, soon. That's what we all say. Returning to Boston, I suppose? Of course. How about San Francisco? Oh, that's off. I did suggest it to Agatha, but I'm certain she won't hear of it. And I'm beginning to think she'd be quite right. His aunt rose. You'd better go to church, said John Quincy severely. That's just where I'm going. She smiled. By the way, Amos is coming to dinner tonight, and he'd best hear the Braid story from us, rather than in some garbled form. Barbara must hear it too. If it proves to be true, the family ought to do something for Mr. Braid. Oh, the family will do something for him, all right, John Quincy remarked, whether it wants to or not. Well, I'll let you tell Barbara about him, Miss Minerva promised. Thank you so much, replied her nephew sarcastically. Not at all. Are you coming to church? No, he said. I don't need it the way you do. She left him there to face a lazy, uneventful day. By 5 in the afternoon, Waikiki was alive with its usual Sunday crowd. Not the unsavory holiday throng seen on a mainland beach, but a scattering of good-looking people whose tanned, straight bodies would have delighted the heart of a physical culture enthusiast. John Quincy summoned sufficient energy to don a bathing suit and plunge in. There was something soothing in the warm touch of the water, and he was becoming more at home there every day. With long, powerful strokes, he drew away from the Malahini breakers to dare the great rulers beyond. Surfboard riders flashed by him. Now and then he had to alter his course to avoid an outrigger canoe. On the farthest float of all, he saw Carlotta Egan. She sat there, a slender, lovely figure vibrant with life, and awaited his coming. As he climbed up beside her and looked into her eyes, he was, perhaps from his exertion in the water, a little breathless. I rather hoped I'd find you, he panted. Did you? She smiled faintly. I hoped it too. You see, I need a lot of cheering up. On a perfect day like this. I'd pinned such hopes on Mr. Braid, she explained. Perhaps you know he's back, and from what I can gather, his return hasn't meant a thing as far as Dad's concerned. Not a thing. Well, I'm afraid it hasn't, John Quincy admitted. But we mustn't get discouraged. As Chan puts it, we sway about, seeking a new path. You and I have a bit of swaying to do. How about Mr. Saladin? I've been thinking about Mr. Saladin, but I can't get excited about him somehow. He's so ridiculous. We mustn't pass him up on that account, admonished John Quincy. I caught a glimpse of his purple bathing suit on the first float. Come on, we'll just casually drop in on him. I'll race you there. She smiled again and leaped to her feet. For a second she stood poised, then dived in a way that John Quincy could never hope to emulate. He slipped off in pursuit, and though he put forth every effort, she reached Saladin's side 5 seconds before he did. Hello, Mr. Saladin, she said. This is Mr. Winterslip of Boston. Ah, yes, responded Mr. Saladin gloomily. Mr. Winterslip. He regarded the young man with interest. Any luck, sir? Inquired John Quincy sympathetically. Oh, you heard about my accident? I did, sir, and I'm sorry. I am too, said Mr. Saladin feelingly. Not a trace of them so far, and I must go home in a few days. I believe Miss Egan said you lived in Des Moines? Yes, I can't say it. In business there? Inquired John Quincy nonchalantly. Yes, wholesale grocery business, answered Mr. Saladin, slowly but not very successfully. John Quincy turned away to hide a smile. Shall we go along? He said to the girl. Good luck to you, sir. He dove off, and as they swam toward the shore, he reflected that they were on a false trail there. A trail as spurious as the teeth. That little businessman was too conventional a figure to have any connection with the murder of Dan Winterslip. He kept these thoughts to himself, however. Halfway to the beach, they encountered an enormous figure floating languidly on the water. Just beyond the great stomach, John Quincy perceived the serene face of Charlie Chan. Hello, Charlie, he cried. It's a small ocean after all. Got your Ford with you? Chan righted himself and grinned. Little pleasant recreation, he explained. Forget detective worries out here floating idle like leaf on stream. Please float ashore, suggested John Quincy. I have something to tell you. Only too happy, agreed Chan. He followed them in, and they sat, an odd trio on the white sand. John Quincy told the detective about Saladin's activities outside the window the night before, and repeated the conversation he had just had with the Middle Westerner. Of course, the man seems almost too foolish to mean anything, he added. Chan shook his head. Begging most humble pardon, he said. That our wrong attitude completely. Detective business made up of insignificant trifles. One after other, our clues go burst in our countenance. Wise to pursue matter of Mr. Saladin. What do you suggest? John Quincy asked. Tonight, I visit city for night work to drive off my piled tasks. Chan replied. After evening meal, suggest you join with me at cable office. We dispatch message to postmaster of this Des Moines, inquiring what our present locality of Mr. Saladin, expert in wholesaling provisions. Your name will be signed to message, much better than police meddling. All right, John Quincy agreed. I'll meet you there at 8:30. Carlotta Egan rose. I must get back to the Reef and Palm. You've no idea all I have to do. John Quincy stood beside her. If I can help, you know. I know. She smiled. I'm thinking of making you assistant manager. They'd be so proud of you in Boston. She moved off toward the water for her homeward swim, and John Quincy dropped down beside Chan. The Chinaman's little amber eyes followed the girl, endeavoring to make English language my slave. He said, I pursue poetry. Who were the great poet who said, she walks in the beauty like the night? Why, that was, who was it? Remarked John Quincy helpfully. Name is slippery, went on Chan. But no matter, lines pop into brain whenever I see this Miss Egan. Beauty like the night, Hawaiian night maybe, lovely as purest jade, most especially on this beach. Spot of heartbreaking charm, this beach. Surely is, agreed John Quincy, amused at Chan's obviously sentimental mood. Here on gleaming sand, I first regard my future wife, continued Chan. Slender as the bamboo is slender, beautiful as blossom of the plum. Your wife, repeated John Quincy. The idea was a new one. Yes, indeed. Chan rose. Recalls I must hasten home where she attends the children who are now, by actual count, 9 in number. He looked down at John Quincy thoughtfully. Are you well fitted with the armor of preparation? He said. Consider, some night the moon has splendor in this neighborhood. The cocoa palms bow lowly and turn away their heads so they do not see, and the white man kisses without intending to do so. Oh, don't worry about me, John Quincy laughed. I'm from Boston and immune. Immune, repeated Chan. Ah, yes, I grasp meaning. In my home I have idol brought from China with insides of solid stone. He would think he is immune. But even so, I would not entrust him on this beach. As my cousin Willie Chan say with vulgarity, see you later. John Quincy sat for a time on the sand, then rose and strolled toward home. His path lay close to the lanai of Arlene Compton's cottage, and he was surprised to hear his name called from behind the screen. He stepped to the door and looked in. The woman was sitting there alone. Come in a minute, Mr. Winterslip, she said. John Quincy hesitated. He did not care to make any social calls on this lady, but he did not have it in him to be rude. He went inside and sat down gingerly poised for flight. Got to hurry back for dinner, he explained. Dinner? You'll want a cocktail. No thanks, I'm on the wagon. You'll find it hard to stick out here, she said a little bitterly. I won't keep you long. I just want to know, are those boneheads down at the station getting anywhere, or ain't they? The police, smiled John Quincy. They seem to be making progress, but it's slow. It's very slow. I'll tell the world it's slow. And I got to stick here till they pin it on somebody. Pleasant outlook, ain't it? Is Mr. Leverby still with you? Inquired John Quincy. What do you mean, is he still with me? She flared. Pardon me, is he still in town? Of course he's in town. They won't let him go either. But I ain't worrying about him. I got troubles of my own. I want to go home. She nodded toward a newspaper on the table. I just got hold of an old variety and seen about a show opening in Atlantic City. A lot of the gang is in it, working like dogs, rehearsing night and day, worrying themselves sick over how long the thing will last. Gee, don't I envy them. I was near to bawling when you came along. You'll get back all right, comforted John Quincy. Say, if I ever do, I'll stop everybody I meet on Broadway and promise never to leave him again. John Quincy rose. You tell that guy Hallett to get a move on, she urged. I'll tell him, he agreed. And drop in to see me now and then, she added wistfully. Us Easterners ought to stick together out here. That's right, we should, John Quincy answered. Goodbye. As he walked along the beach, he thought of her with pity. The story she and Leverby had told might be entirely false. Even so, she was a human and appealing figure, and her homesickness touched his heart. Later that evening, when John Quincy came downstairs, faultlessly attired for dinner, he encountered Amos Winterslip in the living room. Cousin Amos's lean face was whiter than ever, his manner listless. He had been robbed of his hate. His evenings beneath the algaroba tree had lost their savor. Life was devoid of spice. Dinner was not a particularly jolly affair. Barbara seemed intent on knowing now the details of the search the police were conducting, and it fell to John Quincy to enlighten her. Reluctantly, he came at last to the story of Braid. She listened in silence. After dinner, she and John Quincy went out into the garden and sat on a bench under the howl tree facing the water. I'm terribly sorry I had to tell you about Braid, John Quincy said gently, but it seemed necessary. Of course, she agreed. Poor Dad. He was weak. Forgive and forget, John Quincy suggested. Man is a creature of environment. He wondered dimly where he had heard that before. Your father was not entirely to blame. You're terribly kind, John Quincy, she told him. No, but I mean it, he protested. Just picture the scene to yourself. That lonely ocean, wealth at his feet for the taking, no one to see or know. She shook her head. Oh, but it was wrong. Poor Mr. Braid. I must make things right with him as nearly as I can. I shall ask Harry to talk with him tomorrow. Just a suggestion, interposed John Quincy. Whatever you agree to do for Braid must not be done until the man who killed your father is found. She stared at him. What? You don't think Braid? I don't know. Nobody knows. Braid is unable to prove where he was early last Tuesday morning. They sat silent for a moment. Then the girl suddenly collapsed and buried her face in her hands. Her slim shoulders trembled convulsively, and John Quincy, deeply sympathetic, moved closer. He put his arm about her. The moonlight shone on her bright hair. The trades whispered in the How tree. The breakers murmured on the beach. She lifted her face, and he kissed her. A cousinly kiss he had meant it to be, but somehow it wasn't. It was a kiss he would never have been up to on Beacon Street. Miss Minerva said I'd find you here, remarked a voice behind them. John Quincy leaped to his feet and found himself staring into the cynical eyes of Harry Jennison. Even though you are the girl's cousin, it is a bit embarrassing to have a man find you kissing his fiancée. Particularly if the kiss wasn't at all cousinly. John Quincy wondered if Jennison had noticed that. Come in, sit down, stammered John Quincy. I was just going. Goodbye, said Jennison coldly. John Quincy went hastily through the living room, where Miss Minerva sat with Amos. Got an appointment downtown, he explained, and picking up his hat in the hall, fled into the night. He had intended taking the roadster, but to reach the garage he would have to pass that bench under the How tree. Oh well, the colorful atmosphere of a trolley was more interesting anyhow. In the cable office on the ground floor of the Alexander Young Hotel, Chan was waiting, and they sent off their inquiry to the postmaster at Des Moines, signing John Quincy's name and address. That attended to, they returned to the street. In the park across the way, an unseen group of young men strummed steel guitars and sang in soft, haunting voices. It was the only sign of life in Honolulu. Kindly deign to enter hotel lobby with me, suggested Chan. It is my custom to regard names in register from time to time. At the cigar stand just inside the door, the boy paused to light his pipe while Chan went on to the desk. As John Quincy turned, he saw a man seated alone in the lobby, a handsome, distinguished man who wore immaculate evening clothes that bore the stamp of Bond Street. An old acquaintance, Captain Arthur Temple Cope. At sight of John Quincy, Cope leaped to his feet and came forward. Hello, I'm glad to see you, he cried, with a cordiality that had not been evident at former meetings. Come over and sit down. John Quincy followed him. Aren't you back rather soon? He inquired. Sooner than I expected, Kope rejoined. Not sorry, either. Then you didn't care for your little flock of islands? My boy, you should visit there. 35 white men, 250 natives, and a cable station. Jolly place of an evening, what? Chan came up, and John Quincy presented him. Captain Kope was the perfect host. Sit down, both of you, he urged. Have a cigarette. He extended a silver case. Thanks, I'll stick to the pipe, John Quincy said. Chan gravely accepted a cigarette and lighted it. Tell me, my boy, Kope said when they were seated. Is there anything new on the Winterslip murder? Haven't run down the guilty man by any chance? No, not yet, John Quincy replied. That's a great pity. I, understand the police are holding a chap named Egan? Yes, Jim Egan of the Reef and Palm Hotel. Just what evidence have they against Egan, Mr. Winterslip? John Quincy was suddenly aware of Chan looking at him in a peculiar way. Oh, they've dug up several things, he answered vaguely. Mr. Chan, you are a member of the police force, Captain Kope went on. Perhaps you can tell me? Chan's little eyes narrowed. Such matters are not yet presented to public, he replied. Ah, yes, naturally. Captain Kope's tone suggested disappointment. You have interest in this murder, I think? Chan said. Why, yes. Everyone out this way is puzzling about it, I fancy. The thing has so many angles. Is it possible that you were an acquaintance with Mr. Dan Winterslip? The detective persisted. I knew him slightly, but that was many years ago. Chan stood, humbly begging pardon to be abrupt, he said. He turned to John Quincy. The moment of our appointment is imminent. Of course, agreed John Quincy. See you again, Captain. Perplexed, he followed Chan to the street. What appointment? He began and stopped. Chan was carefully extinguishing the light of the cigarette against the stone facade of the hotel. That done, he dropped the stub into his pocket. You will see, he promised. First we visit police station. As we journey, kindly relate all known facts concerning this Captain Kope. John Quincy told of his first meeting with Kope in the San Francisco Club, and repeated the conversation as he recalled it. Evidence of warm dislike for Dan Winterslip were not to be concealed? Inquired Chan. Oh, quite plain, Charlie. He certainly had no love for Cousin Dan, but what? Immediately he was leaving for Hawaii, pardon the interrupt. Does it happily chance you know his date of arrival here? I do. I saw him in the Alexander Young Hotel last Tuesday evening when I was looking for you. He was rushing off to the Fanning Islands, and he told me he had got in the previous day at noon. Monday noon, to put it lucidly. Yes, Monday noon. But Charlie, what are you trying to get at? Groping about, Chan smiled. Seeking to seize truth in my hot hands. They walked on in silence to the station, where Chan led the way into the deserted room of Captain Hallett. He went directly to the safe and opened it. From a drawer he removed several small objects, which he carried over to the captain's table. "Property Mr. Jim Egan," he announced, and laid a case of tarnished silver before John Quincy. "Open it. What do you find now?" "Corsican cigarettes." He set down another exhibit. "Tin box found in room of Mr. Braid. Open that also. You will find more Corsican cigarettes." He removed an envelope from his pocket and, taking out a charred stub, laid that too on the table. "Fragment found by walk outside door of Dan Winterslip's mansion," he elucidated. "Also Corsican brand." Frowning deeply, he removed a second charred stub from his pocket and laid it some distance from the other exhibits. "Cigarette offered just now, with winning air of hospitality, by Captain Arthur Temple Cope. Lean close and perceive. More Corsican brand." "Good Lord!" John Quincy cried. "Can it be you are familiar with these Corsicans?" inquired Chan. "Not at all. I am more happily located. This afternoon before the swim, I paused at public library for listless reading. In Australian newspaper, I encounter advertising talk of Corsican cigarette. It are assembled in two distinct fashions. One, labeled on tin 222, holds Turkish tobacco. Note 222 on tin of Braid. Other labeled 444, made up from Virginia weeds. Is it that you are clever to know difference between Turkish and Virginia tobacco?" "Well, I think so," began John Quincy. "Same with me, but thinking are not enough now. The moment are serious. We will interrogate expert opinion. Honor me by a journey to smoking emporium." He took a cigarette from Braid's tin, put it in an envelope, and wrote something on the outside, then did the same with one from Egan's case. The two stubs were similarly classified. They went in silence to the street. John Quincy, amazed by this new turn of events, told himself the idea was absurd. But Chan's face was grave, his eyes awake and eager. John Quincy was vastly more amazed when they emerged from the tobacco shop after a brisk interview with the young man in charge. Chan was jubilant now. "Again we advance. You hear what he tells us. Cigarette from Braid's tin and little brother from Egan's case are of identical contents, both being of Turkish tobacco. Stub found near walk are of Virginia stuff. So also are remnants received by me from the cordial hand of Captain Arthur Temple Cope." "It's beyond me," replied John Quincy. "By gad, that lets Egan out. Great news for Carlotta. I'll hurry to the Reef and Palm and tell her—" "Oh, no," protested Chan. "Please to let that happy moment wait. For the present indulge only in silence. Before asking Captain Cope for a statement, we spy over his every move. Much may be revealed by the unsuspecting. I go to station to make arrangements. But the man's a gentleman, John Quincy cried. A captain in the British Admiralty. What you suggest is impossible. Chan shook his head. Impossible in Rear Bay at Boston, he said. But here at Moonlight Crossroads of Pacific, not so much so. 25 years of my life are consumed in Hawaii, and I have many times been witness when the impossible roused itself and occurred. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 17. Nightlife in Honolulu. Monday brought no new developments, and John Quincy spent a restless day. Several times he called Chan at the police station, but the detective was always out. Honolulu, according to the evening paper, was agog. This was not, as John Quincy learned to his surprise, a reference to the Winterslip case. An American fleet had just left the harbor of San Pedro bound for Hawaii. This was the annual cruise of the graduating class at Annapolis. The warships were overflowing with future captains and admirals. They would linger at the port of Honolulu for several days, and a gay round of social events impended. Dinners, dances, moonlight swimming parties. John Quincy had not seen Barbara all day. The girl had not appeared at breakfast and had lunched with a friend down the beach. They met at dinner, however, and it seemed to him that she looked more tired and wan than ever. She spoke about the coming of the warships. It's always such a happy time, she said wistfully. The town simply blooms with handsome boys in uniform. I don't like to have you miss all the parties, John Quincy. You're not seeing Honolulu at its best. Why, that's all right, John Quincy assured her. She shook her head. Not with me. You know, we're not such slaves to convention out here. If I should get you a few invitations... What do you think, Cousin Minerva? I'm an old woman, said Miss Minerva. According to the standards of your generation, I suppose it would be quite the thing. But it's not the sort of conduct I can view approvingly. Now, in my day... Don't you worry, Barbara, John Quincy broke in. Parties mean nothing to me. Speaking of old women, I'm an old man myself, 30 my next birthday. Just my pipe and slippers by the fire, or the electric fan. That's all I ask of life now. She smiled and dropped the matter. After dinner, she followed John Quincy to the lanai. I want you to do something for me, she began. Anything you say. Have a talk with Mr. Braid and tell me what he wants. Why, I thought that Jennison, said John Quincy. No, I didn't ask him to do it, she replied. For a long moment she was silent. I ought to tell you, I'm not going to marry Mr. Jennison after all. A shiver of apprehension ran down John Quincy's spine. Good Lord, that kiss! Had she misunderstood? And he hadn't meant a thing by it. Just a cousinly salute. At least, that was what it had started out to be. Barbara was a sweet girl, yes, but a relative, a Winterslip, and relatives shouldn't marry relatives no matter how distant the connection. Then, too, was Agatha. He was bound to Agatha by all the ties of honor. What had he got himself into, anyhow? I'm awfully sorry to hear that, he said. I'm afraid I'm to blame. Oh no, she protested. But surely Mr. Jennison understood. He knows we're related and that what he saw last night meant nothing. He was rather proud of himself. Pretty neat the way he'd got that over. If you don't mind, Barbara said, I'd rather not talk about it anymore. Harry and I will not be married, not at present at any rate. And if you'll see Mr. Braid for me, I certainly will, John Quincy promised. I'll see him at once. He was glad to get away, for the moon was rising on that spot of heartbreaking charm. A fellow ought to be more careful, he reflected as he walked along the beach. Fit upon himself the armor of preparation as Chan had said. Strange impulses came to one here in this far tropic land. To yield to them was weak. Complications would follow as the night the day. Here was one now. Barbara and Jennison estranged, and the cause was clear. Well, he was certainly going to watch his step hereafter. On the far end of the Reef and Palms first-floor balcony, Braid and his wife sat together in the dusk. John Quincy went up to them. May I speak with you, Mr. Braid? He said. The man looked up out of a deep reverie. Ah, yes, of course. I'm John Quincy Winterslip. We've met before. Oh, surely, sir. Braid rose and shook hands. My dear, he turned to his wife, but with one burning glance at John Quincy, the woman had fled. The boy tingled. In Boston, a Winterslip was never snubbed. Well, Dan Winterslip had arranged it otherwise in Hawaii. Sit down, sir, said Braid, somewhat embarrassed by his wife's actions. I've been expecting someone of your name. Naturally. Will you have a cigarette, sir? John Quincy proffered his case, and when the cigarettes were lighted, seated himself at the man's side. I'm here, of course, in regard to that story you told Saturday night. Story? Flashed Braid. John Quincy smiled. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not questioning the truth of it. But I do want to say this, Mr. Braid. You must be aware that you will have considerable difficulty establishing your claim in a court of law. The 80s are a long time back. What you say may be true, Braid agreed. I'm relying more on the fact that a trial would result in some rather unpleasant publicity for the Winterslip family. Precisely, nodded John Quincy. I am here at the request of Miss Barbara Winterslip, who is Dan Winterslip's sole heir. She's a very fine girl, sir. I don't question that, cut in Braid impatiently. And if your demands are not unreasonable... John Quincy paused and leaned closer. Just what do you want, Mr. Braid? Braid stroked those gray mustaches that drooped in saddened mood. No money, he said, can make good the wrong Dan Winterslip did. But I'm an old man, and it would be something to feel financially secure for the rest of my life. I'm not inclined to be grasping, particularly since Dan Winterslip has passed beyond my reach. There were 20,000 pounds involved. I'll say nothing about interest for more than 40 years. A settlement of $100,000 would be acceptable. John Quincy considered. I can't speak definitely for my cousin, he said, but to me that sounds fair enough. I have no doubt Barbara will agree to give you that sum. He saw the man's tired old eyes brighten in the semi-darkness. The moment the murderer of Dan Winterslip is found, he added quickly. What's that you say? Braid leaped to his feet. I say she'll very likely pay you when this mystery is cleared up. Surely you don't expect her to do so before that time? John Quincy rose too. I certainly do! Braid cried. Why, look here. This thing may drag on indefinitely. I want England again. The Strand, Piccadilly. It's 25 years since I saw London. Wait! Damn it, why should I wait? What's this murder to me? By gad, sir! He came close, erect, flaming. The son of Tom Braid the Blackbirder now. Do you mean to insinuate that I... John Quincy faced him calmly. I know you can't prove where you were early last Tuesday morning, he said evenly. I don't say that incriminates you, but I shall certainly advise my cousin to wait. I'd not care to see her in the position of having rewarded the man who killed her father. I'll fight, cried Braid. I'll take it to the courts. Go ahead, John Quincy said, but it will cost you every penny you've saved, and you may lose in the end. Good night, sir. Good night, Braid answered, standing as his father might have stood on the Maid of Shiloh's deck. John Quincy had gone halfway down the balcony when he heard quick footsteps behind him. He turned. It was Braid the civil servant, the man who had labored 36 years in the oven of India, a beaten, helpless figure. You've got me, he said, laying a hand on John Quincy's arm. I can't fight. I'm too tired, too old. I've worked too hard. I'll take whatever your cousin wants to give me when she's ready to give it. That's a wise decision, sir, John Quincy answered. A sudden feeling of pity gripped his heart. He felt toward Braid as he had felt toward that other exile, Arlene Compton. I hope you see London very soon, he added, and held out his hand. Braid took it. Thank you, my boy. You're a gentleman, even if your name is Winterslip. Which, John Quincy reflected as he entered the lobby of the Reef and Palm, was a compliment not without its flaw. He didn't worry over that long, however, for Carlotta Egan was behind the desk. She looked up and smiled, and it occurred to John Quincy that her eyes were happier than he had seen them since that day on the Oakland ferry. "Hello," he said. "Got a job for a good bookkeeper?" She shook her head. "Not with business the way it is now. I was just figuring my payroll. You know, we've no undertow at Waikiki, but all my life I've had to worry about the overhead." He laughed. "You talk like a brother Kawanian. By the way, has anything happened? You seem considerably cheered." "I am," she replied. "I went to see poor Dad this morning in that horrible place, and when I left, someone else was going in to visit him. A stranger." "A stranger?" "Yes, and the handsomest thing you ever saw. Tall, gray, capable looking. He had such a friendly air, too. I felt better the moment I saw him." "Who was he?" John Quincy inquired with sudden interest. "I'd never seen him before, but one of the men told me he was Captain Cope of the British Admiralty." "Why should Captain Cope want to see your father?" "I haven't a notion. Do you know him?" "Yes, I've met him," John Quincy told her. "Don't you think he's wonderful looking?" Her dark eyes glowed. "Oh, he's all right," replied John Quincy without enthusiasm. "You know, I can't help feeling that things are looking up for you." "I feel that too," she said. "What do you say we celebrate?" he suggested. "Go out among them and get a little taste of nightlife. I'm a bit fed up on the police station. What do people do here in the evening? The movies?" "Just at present," the girl told him, "everybody visits Punahou to see the night-blooming Sirius. It's the season now, you know." "Sounds like a big evening," John Quincy laughed. "Go and look at the flowers. Well, I'm for it. Will you come?" "Of course." She gave a few directions to the clerk, then joined him by the door. "I can run down and get the roadster," he offered. "Oh no," she smiled. "I'm sure I'll never own a motor car, and it might make me discontented to ride in one. The trolley's my carriage, and it's lots of fun. One meets so many interesting people." On the stone walls surrounding the campus of Oahu College, the strange flower that blooms only on a summer night was heaped in snowy splendor. John Quincy had been a bit lukewarm regarding the expedition when they set out, but he saw his error now. For here was beauty, breathtaking and rare. Before the walls paraded a throng of sightseers. They joined the procession. The girl was a charming companion. Her spirits had revived, and she chatted vivaciously. Not about Shaw and the art galleries, true enough, but bright human talk that John Quincy liked to hear. He persuaded her to go to the city for maidenly ice cream soda, and it was 10 o'clock when they returned to the beach. They left the trolley at a stop some distance down from the Reef and Palm, and strolled slowly toward the hotel. The sidewalk was lined at their right by dense foliage, almost impenetrable. The night was calm. The street lamps shone brightly. The paved street gleamed white in the moonlight. John Quincy was talking of Boston. I think you'd like it there. It's old and settled, but... From the foliage beside them came the flash of a pistol, and John Quincy heard a bullet sink close to his head. Another flash, another bullet. The girl gave a startled little cry. John Quincy circled round her and plunged into the bushes. Angry branches stung his cheek. He stopped. He couldn't leave the girl alone. He returned to her side. "What did that mean?" he asked, amazed. He stared in wonder at the peaceful scene before him. I don't know." She took his arm. "Come, hurry." "Don't be afraid," he said reassuringly. "Not for myself," she answered. They went on to the hotel, greatly puzzled. But when they entered the lobby, they had something else to think about. Captain Arthur Temple Cope was standing by the desk, and he came at once to meet them. "This is Miss Egan, I believe. Ah, Winterslip, how are you?" He turned again to the girl. "I've taken a room here, if you don't mind." "Why, not at all," she gasped. "I talked with your father this morning. I didn't know about his trouble until I had boarded a ship for the Fanning Islands. I came back as quickly as I could." "You came back?" She stared at him. "Yes, I came back to help him." "That's very kind of you," the girl said, "but I'm afraid I don't understand." "Oh no, you don't understand, naturally." The captain smiled down at her. "You see, Jim's my young brother. You're my niece, and your name is Carlotta Maria Cope. I fancy I've persuaded old Jim to own up to us at last." The girl's dark eyes were wide. I think you're very nice, Uncle," she said at last. "Do you really?" The captain bowed. "I aim to be," he added. John Quincy stepped forward. "Pardon me," he said. "I'm afraid I'm intruding. Good night, Captain." "Good night, my boy," Cope answered. The girl went with John Quincy to the balcony. I don't know what to make of it," she said. "Things are coming rather fast," John Quincy admitted. He remembered the Corsican cigarette. "I wouldn't trust him too far," he admonished. "But he's so wonderful." "Oh, he's all right, probably. But looks are often deceptive. I'll go along now and let you talk with him." She laid one slim tanned hand on his white-clad arm. "Do be careful." "Oh, I'm all right," he told her. "But someone shot at you." "Yes, and a very poor aim he had, too. Don't worry about me." She was very close, her eyes glowing in the dark. "You said you weren't afraid for yourself," he added. "Did you mean—" "I meant I was afraid for you." The moon, of course, was shining. The cocoa palms turned their heads away at the suggestion of the trades. The warm waters of Waikiki murmured nearby. John Quincy Winterslip, from Boston and immune, drew the girl to him and kissed her. Not a cousinly kiss either, but why should it have been? She wasn't a cousin. "Thank you, my dear," he said. He seemed to be floating dizzily in space. It came to him that he might reach out and pluck her a handful of stars. It came to him a second later that despite his firm resolve, he had done it again, kissed another girl. 3. That made 3 with whom he was sort of entangled. "Good night," he said huskily, and leaping over the rail, fled hastily through the garden. 3 girls now, but he hadn't a single regret. He was living at last. As he hurried through the dark along the beach, his heart was light. Once he fancied he was being followed, but he gave it little thought. What of it? On the bureau in his room, he found an envelope with his name typewritten on the outside. The note within was typewritten too. He read, "You are too busy out here. Hawaii can manage her affairs without the interference of a Malahini. Both sail almost daily. If you are still here 48 hours after you get this, look out. Tonight's shots were fired into the air. The aim will quickly improve." Delighted, John Quincy tossed the note aside. Threatening him, eh? His activities as a detective were bearing fruit. He recalled the glowering face of Kaohla when he said, "You did this, I don't forget," and a remark of Dan Winterslip's his aunt had quoted. Civilized, yes, but far underneath there are dark waters flowing still. Boats were sailing almost daily, were they? Well, let them sail. He would be on one someday, but not until he had brought Dan Winterslip's murderer to justice. Life had a new glamour now. Look out! He'd be looking, and enjoying it too. He smiled happily to himself as he took off his coat. This was better than selling bonds in Boston. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 18. A Cable from the Mainland. John Quincy awoke at 9 the following morning and slipped from under his mosquito netting, eager to face the responsibilities of a new day. On the floor near his bureau lay the letter designed to speed the parting guest. He picked it up and read it again with manifest enjoyment. When he reached the dining room, Haku informed him that Miss Minerva and Barbara had breakfasted early and gone to the city on a shopping tour. "Look here, Haku," the boy said. "A letter came for me last night?" "Yes," admitted Haku. "Who delivered it?" "Cannot say. It were found on floor of hall close by big front door." "Who found it?" "Kamaikui." "Oh yes, Kamaikui. I tell her to put it in your sleeping room." "Did Kamaikui see the person who brought it?" "Nobody see him. Nobody on place." "All right," John Quincy said. He spent a leisurely hour on the lanai with his pipe and the morning paper. At about 10:30, he got out the roadster and drove to the police station. Hallett and Chan, he was told, were in a conference with the prosecutor. He sat down to wait, and in a few moments word came for him to join them. Entering Green's office, he saw 3 men seated gloomily about the prosecutor's desk. "Well, I guess I'm some detective," he announced. Green looked up quickly. "Found anything new?" "Not precisely," John Quincy admitted. "But last night, when I was walking along Kaohla Avenue with a young woman, somebody took a couple of wild shots at me from the bushes. And when I got home, I found this letter waiting." He handed the epistle to Hallett, who read it with evident disgust, then passed it on to the prosecutor. "That doesn't get us anywhere," the captain said. "It may get me somewhere if I'm not careful," John Quincy replied. "However, I'm rather proud of it. Sort of goes to show that my detective work is hitting home." "Maybe," answered Hallett carelessly. Green laid the letter on his desk. "My advice to you," he said, "is to carry a gun. That's unofficial, of course." "Nonsense. I'm not afraid," John Quincy told him. "I've got a pretty good idea who sent this thing." "You have?" Green said. "Yes, he's a friend of Captain Hallett's, Dick Kaohla." "What do you mean he's a friend of mine?" flared Hallett. "Well, you certainly treated him pretty tenderly the other night." "I knew what I was doing," said Hallett grouchily. "I hope you did. But if he puts a bullet in me some lovely evening, I'm going to be pretty annoyed with you." "Oh, you're in no danger," Hallett answered. "Only a coward writes anonymous letters." "Yes, and only a coward shoots from ambush. But that isn't saying he can't take a good aim." Hallett picked up the letter. "I'll keep this. It may prove to be evidence." "Surely," agreed John Quincy. "And you haven't got any too much evidence as I see it." "Is that so?" growled Hallett. "We've made a rather important discovery about that Corsican cigarette." "Oh, I'm not saying Charlie isn't good," smiled John Quincy. "I was with him when he worked that out." A uniformed man appeared at the door. "Egan and his daughter and Captain Cope," he announced to Green. "Want to see them now, sir?" "Send them in," ordered the prosecutor. "I'd like to stay if you don't mind," John Quincy suggested. "Oh, by all means," Green answered. "We couldn't get along without you." The policeman brought Egan to the door, and the proprietor of the Reef and Palm came into the room. His face was haggard and pale. His long siege with the authorities had begun to tell, but a stubborn light still flamed in his eyes. After him came Carlotta Egan, fresh and beautiful, and with a new air of confidence about her. Captain Cope followed, tall, haughty, a man of evident power and determination. "This is the prosecutor, I believe?" he said. "Ah, Mr. Winterslip. I find you everywhere I go." "You don't mind my staying?" inquired John Quincy. "Not in the least, my boy. Our business here will take but a moment." He turned to Green. "Just as a preliminary," he continued, "I am Captain Arthur Temple Cope of the British Admiralty, and this gentleman," he nodded toward the proprietor of the Reef and Palm, "is my brother." "Really?" said Green. "His name is Egan, as I understand it." "His name is James Egan Cope," the captain replied. "He dropped the Cope name many years ago for reasons that do not concern us now. I am here simply to say, sir, that you are holding my brother on the flimsiest pretext I have ever encountered in the course of my rather extensive travels. If necessary, I propose to engage the best lawyer in Honolulu and have him free by night. But I'm giving you this last chance to release him and avoid a somewhat painful exposure of the sort of nonsense you go in for." John Quincy glanced at Carlotta Egan. Her eyes were shining, but not on him. They were on her uncle. Green flushed slightly. "A good bluff, Captain, is always worth trying," he said. "Oh, then you admit you've been bluffing," said Cope quickly. "I was referring to your attitude, sir," Green replied. "Oh, I see," Cope said. "I'll sit down if you don't mind. As I understand it, you have two things against old Jim here. One is that he visited Dan Winterslip on the night of the murder, and now refuses to divulge the nature of that call. The other is the stub of a Corsican cigarette, which was found by the walk outside the door of Winterslip's living room." Green shook his head. "Only the first," he responded. "The Corsican cigarette is no longer evidence against Egan." He leaned suddenly across the desk. "It is, my dear Captain Cope, evidence against you." Cope met his look unflinchingly. "Really?" he remarked. John Quincy noticed a flash of startled bewilderment in Carlotta Egan's eyes. "That's what I said," Green continued. "I'm very glad you dropped in this morning, sir. I've been wanting to talk to you. I've been told that you were heard to express a strong dislike for Dan Winterslip." "I may have. I certainly felt it." "Why?" "As a midshipman on a British warship, I was familiar with Australian gossip in the 80s. Mr. Dan Winterslip had an unsavory reputation. It was rumored on good authority that he rifled the sea chest of his dead captain on the Maid of Shiloh. Perhaps we are a bit squeamish, but that is the sort of thing we sailors cannot forgive. There were other quaint deeds in connection with his blackbirding activities. Yes, my dear sir, I heartily disliked Dan Winterslip, and if I haven't said so before, I say it now. You arrived in Honolulu a week ago yesterday," Green continued. "At noon. Monday noon. You left the following day. Did you by any chance call on Dan Winterslip during that period? I did not. Ah, yes. I may tell you, sir, that the Corsican cigarettes found in Egan's case were of Turkish tobacco. The stub found near the scene of Dan Winterslip's murder was of Virginia tobacco. So also, my dear Captain Cope, was the Corsican cigarette you gave our man Charlie Chan in the lobby of the Alexander Young Hotel last Sunday night. Cope looked at Chan and smiled. Always the detective, eh? He said. Never mind that, Green cried. I'm asking for an explanation. The explanation is very simple, Cope replied. I was about to give it to you when you launched into this silly cross-examination. The Corsican cigarette found by Dan Winterslip's door was, naturally, of Virginia tobacco. I never smoke any other kind. What? There can be no question about it, sir. I dropped that cigarette there myself. But you just told me you didn't call on Dan Winterslip. That was true. I didn't. I called on Miss Minerva Winterslip of Boston, who is a guest in the house. As a matter of fact, I had tea with her last Monday at 5 o'clock. You may verify that by telephoning the lady. Green glanced at Howlett, who glanced at the telephone, then turned angrily to John Quincy. Why the devil didn't she tell me that? He demanded. John Quincy smiled. I don't know, sir. Possibly because she never thought of Captain Cope in connection with the murder. She'd hardly be likely to, Cope said. Miss Winterslip and I had tea in the living room, then went out and sat on a bench in the garden, chatting over old times. When I returned to the house, I was smoking a cigarette. I dropped it just outside the living room door. Whether Miss Minerva noted my action or not, I don't know. She probably didn't. It isn't the sort of thing one remembers. You may call her on the telephone if you wish, sir. Again, Green looked at Howlett, who shook his head. I'll talk with her later, announced the captain of detectives. Evidently, Miss Minerva had an unpleasant interview ahead. At any rate, Cope continued to the prosecutor, you had yourself disposed of the cigarette as evidence against old Jim. That leaves only the fact of his silence. His silence, yes, Green cut in, and the fact that Winterslip had been heard to express a fear of Jim Egan. Cope frowned. Had he really? He considered a moment. Well, what of it? Winterslip had good reason to fear a great many honest men. No, my dear sir, you have nothing save my brother's silence against him, and that is not enough. I demand... Green raised his hand. Just a minute. I said you were bluffing, and I still think so. Any other assumption would be an insult to your intelligence. Surely you know enough about the law to understand that your brother's refusal to tell me his business with Winterslip, added to the fact that he was presumably the last person to see Winterslip alive, is sufficient excuse for holding him. I can hold him on those grounds. I am holding him, and, my dear Captain, I shall continue to hold him until hell freezes over. Very good, said Cope, rising. I shall engage a capable lawyer. That is, of course, your privilege, snapped Green. Good morning. Cope hesitated. He turned to Egan. It means more publicity, Jim, he said. Delay, too. More unhappiness for Carlotta here. And since everything you did was done for her... How did you guess that? Asked Egan quickly. I've guessed it. I can put 2 and 2 together, Jim. Carlotta was to return with me for a bit of schooling in England. You said you had the money, but you hadn't. That was your pride again, Jim. It's got you into a lifetime of trouble. You cast about for the funds, and you remembered Winterslip. I'm beginning to see it all now. You had something on Dan Winterslip, and he went to his house that night to blackmail him, suggested Green. It wasn't a pretty thing to do, Jim, Cope went on. But you weren't doing it for yourself. Carlotta and I know you would have died first. You did it for your girl, and we both forgive you. He turned to Carlotta. Don't we, my dear? The girl's eyes were wet. She rose and kissed her father. Dear old Dad, she said. Come on, Jim, pleaded Captain Cope. Forget your pride for once. Speak up, and we'll take you home with us. I'm sure the prosecutors will keep the thing from the newspapers. We've promised him that 1,000 times, Green said. Egan lifted his head. I don't care anything about the newspapers, he explained. It's you, Arthur, you and Carrie. I didn't want you two to know. But since you've guessed, and Carrie knows too, I may as well tell everything. John Quincy stood up. Mr. Egan, he said, I'll leave the room if you wish. Sit down, my boy, Egan replied. Carrie's told me of your kindness to her. Besides, you saw the check. What check was that? Cried Hallett. He leaped to his feet and stood over John Quincy. I was honor bound not to tell, explained the boy gently. You don't say so, Hallett bellowed. You're a fine pair, you and that aunt of yours. 1 minute, Hallett, cut in Green. Now, Egan, or Cope, or whatever your name happens to be, I'm waiting to hear from you. Egan nodded. Back in the 80s, I was teller in a bank in Melbourne, Australia, he said. One day, a young man came to my window, Williams or some such name he called himself. He had a green hide bag full of gold pieces. Mexican, Spanish, and English coins, some of them crusted with dirt, and he wanted to exchange them for banknotes. I made the exchange for him. He appeared several times with similar bags, and the transaction was repeated. I thought little of it at the time, though the fact that he tried to give me a large tip did rather rouse my suspicion. A year later, when I had left the bank and gone to Sydney, I heard rumors of what Dan Winterslip had done on the Maid of Shiloh. It occurred to me that Winterslip and Williams were probably the same man. But no one seemed to be prosecuting the case. The general feeling was that it was blood money anyhow. That Tom Braid had not come by it honestly himself. So I said nothing. 12 years later, I came to Hawaii, and Dan Winterslip was pointed out to me. He was Williams right enough, and he knew me too. But I'm not a blackmailer. I've been in some tight places, Arthur, but I've always played fair. So I let the matter drop. For more than 20 years, nothing happened. Then a few months ago, my family located me at last, and Arthur here wrote me that he was coming to Honolulu and would look me up. I'd always felt I'd not done the right thing by my girl, that she was not taking the place in the world to which she was entitled. I wanted her to visit my old mother and get a bit of English training. I wrote to Arthur and it was arranged. But I couldn't let her go as a charity child. I couldn't admit I'd failed and was unable to do anything for her. I said I'd pay her way, and I didn't have a cent. And then Braid came. It seemed providential. I might have sold my information to him, but when I talked with him, I found he had very little money, and I felt that Winterslip would beat him in the end. No, Winterslip was my man. Winterslip with his rotten wealth. I don't know just what happened. I was quite mad, I fancy. The world owed me that. I figured, just for my girl, not for me. I called Winterslip up and made an appointment for that Monday night. But somehow, the standards of a lifetime, it's difficult to change. The moment I had called him, I regretted it. I tried to slip out of it. I told myself there must be some other way. Perhaps I could sell the wreath and palm. Anyhow, I called him again and said I wasn't coming. But he insisted, and I went. I didn't have to tell him what I wanted. He knew. He had a check ready for me. A check for $5,000. It was Carrie's happiness, her chance. I took it and came away, but I was ashamed. I'm not trying to excuse my action. However, I don't believe I would ever have cashed it. When Carrie found it in my desk and brought it to me, I tore it up. That's all. He turned his tired eyes toward his daughter. I did it for you, Carrie, but I didn't want you to know. She went over and put her arm about his shoulder and stood smiling down at him through her tears. If you'd told us that in the first place, said Green, you could have saved everybody a lot of trouble, yourself included. Kope stood up. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, there you are. You're not going to hold him now? Green rose briskly. No, I'll arrange for his release at once. He and Egan went out together, then Hallett and Kobe. John Quincy held out his hand to Carlotta Egan, for by that name he thought of her still. I'm mighty glad for you, he said. You'll come and see me soon? She asked. You'll find a very different girl. More like the one you met on the Oakland ferry. She was very charming, John Quincy replied. But then she was bound to be. She had your eyes. He suddenly remembered Agatha Parker. However, you've got your father now. he added. You won't need me. She looked up at him and smiled. I wonder, she said, and went out. John Quincy turned to Chan. Well, that's that, he remarked. Where are we now? Speaking personally for myself, grinned Chan, I am static in same place as usual. Never did have fondly feeling for Egan Fairy. But Hallett did, John Quincy answered. A black morning for him. In the small anteroom, they encountered the captain of detectives. He appeared disgruntled. We were just remarking, said John Quincy pleasantly, that there goes your little old Egan Fairy. What have you left? Oh, I've got plenty, growled Hallett. Yes, you have. One by one, your clues have gone up in smoke. The page from the guest book, the brooch, the torn newspaper, the Ohio wood box, and now Egan and the Corsican cigarette. Oh, Egan isn't out of it. We may not be able to hold him, but I'm not forgetting Mr. Egan. Nonsense, smiled John Quincy. I asked what you had left. A little button from a glove. Useless. The glove was destroyed long ago. A wristwatch with an illuminated dial and a damaged numeral 2. Chan's amber eyes narrowed. Essential clue, he murmured. Remember how I said it. Hallett banged his fist on a table. That's it, the wristwatch. If the person who wore it knows anyone saw it, it's probably where we'll never find it now. But we've kept it pretty dark. Perhaps he doesn't know. That's our only chance. He turned to Chan. I've combed these islands once hunting that watch, he cried. Now I'm going to start all over again. The jewelry stores, the pawn shops, every nook and corner. You go out, Charlie, and start the ball rolling. Chan moved with alacrity despite his weight. I will give it one powerful push, he promised, and disappeared. Well, good luck, said John Quincy, moving on. Hallett grunted. You tell that aunt of yours I'm pretty sore, he remarked. He was not in the mood for elegance of diction. John Quincy's opportunity to deliver the message did not come at lunch, for Miss Minerva remained with Barbara in the city. After dinner that evening, he led his aunt out to sit on the bench under the Howe tree. By the way, he said, Captain Hallett is very much annoyed with you. I'm very much annoyed with Captain Hallett, she replied. So that makes us even. What's his particular grievance now? He believes you knew all the time the name of the man who dropped that Corsican cigarette. She was silent for a moment. Not all the time, she said at length. What has happened? John Quincy sketched briefly the events of the morning at the police station. When he had finished, he looked at her inquiringly. In the first excitement, I didn't remember, or I should have spoken, she explained. It was several days before the thing came to me. I saw it clearly then. Arthur, Captain Cope, tossing that cigarette aside as we re-entered the house. But I said nothing about it. Why? Well, I thought it would be a good test for the police. Let them discover it for themselves. That's a pretty weak explanation, remarked John Quincy severely. You've been responsible for a lot of wasted time. It wasn't my only reason, said Miss Minerva softly. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Go on. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to link up that call of Captain Cope's with a murder mystery. Another silence, and suddenly, he was never dense, John Quincy understood. He told me you were very beautiful in the 80s, said the boy gently. The captain, I mean, when I met him in that San Francisco club. Miss Minerva laid her own hand on the boy's. When she spoke, her voice, which he had always thought firm and sharp, trembled a little. On this beach in my girlhood, she said, happiness was within my grasp. I had only to reach out and take it. But somehow Boston held me back. I let my happiness slip away. Not too late yet, suggested John Quincy. She shook her head. So he tried to tell me that Monday afternoon, but there was something in his tone. I may be in Hawaii, but I'm not quite mad. Youth, John Quincy, youth doesn't return, whatever they may say out here. She pressed his hand and stood. If your chance comes, dear boy, she added, don't be such a fool. She moved hastily away through the garden, and John Quincy looked after her with a new affection in his eyes. Presently, he saw the yellow glare of a match beyond the wire. Amos again, still loitering under his algaroba tree. John Quincy rose and strolled over to him. Hello, Cousin Amos, he said. When are you going to take down this fence? Oh, I'll get round to it sometime, Amos answered. By the way, I wanted to ask you, any new developments? Several, John Quincy told him. But nothing that gets us anywhere. So far as I can see, the case has blown up completely. Well, I've been thinking it over, Amos said. Maybe that would be the best outcome after all. Suppose they do discover who did for Dan. It may only reveal a new scandal worse than any of the others. I'll take a chance on that, replied John Quincy. For my part, I intend to see this thing through. Haku came briskly through the garden. Cable message for Mr. John Quincy Winnislip. Boys say collect. Requests money. John Quincy followed quickly to the front door. A bored small boy awaited him. He paid the sum due and tore open the cable. It was signed by the postmaster at Des Moines, and it read, "No one named Saladin ever heard of here." John Quincy dashed to the telephone. Someone on duty at the station informed him that Chan had gone home and gave him an address on Punchbowl Hill. He got out the roadster and in 5 minutes more was speeding toward the city. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 19. Goodbye, Pete. Charlie Chan lived in a bungalow that clung precariously to the side of Punchbowl Hill. Pausing a moment at the Chinaman's gate, John Quincy looked down on Honolulu, one great, gorgeous garden set in an amphitheater of mountains. A beautiful picture, but he had no time for beauty now. He hurried up the brief walk that lay in the shadow of the palm trees. A Chinese woman, a servant she seemed, ushered him into Chan's dimly lighted living room. The detective was seated at a table playing chess. He rose with dignity when he saw his visitor. In this, his hour of ease, he wore a long loose robe of dark purple silk, which fitted closely at the neck and had wide sleeves. Beneath it showed wide trousers of the same material, and on his feet were shoes of silk with thick felt soles. He was all oriental now, suave and ingratiating but remote. And for the first time, John Quincy was really conscious of the great gulf across which he and Chan shook hands. "You do my lowly house immense honor," Charlie said. "This proud moment are made still more proud by opportunity to introduce my eldest son." He motioned for his opponent at chess to step forward. A slim, sallow boy with amber eyes. Chan himself before he put on weight. "Mr. John Quincy Winterslip of Boston, kindly condescend to notice Henry Chan. When you appear, I am giving him lesson at chess so he may play in such manner as not to tarnish honored name." The boy bowed low. Evidently, he was one member of the younger generation who had a deep respect for his elders. John Quincy also bowed. "Your father is my very good friend," he said, "and from now on you are too." Chan beamed with pleasure. "Condescend to sit on this atrocious chair. Is it possible you bring news?" "It certainly is," smiled John Quincy. He handed over the message from the postmaster at Des Moines. "Most interesting," said Chan. "Do I hear impressive chug of rich automobile engine in street?" "Yes, I came in the car," John Quincy replied. "Good. We will hasten at once to home of Captain Hallett, not far away. I beg of you to pardon my disappearance while I don more appropriate costume." Left alone with the boy, John Quincy sought a topic of conversation. "Play baseball?" he asked. The boy's eyes glowed. "Not very good, but I hope to improve. My cousin Willie Chan is great expert at that game. He has promised to teach me." John Quincy glanced about the room. On the back wall hung a scroll with felicitations. The gift of some friend of the family at New Year's. Opposite him on another wall was a single picture, painted on silk, representing a bird on an apple bough. Charmed by its simplicity, He went over to examine it. "That's beautiful," he said. Quoting old Chinese saying, "A picture is a voiceless poem," replied the boy. Beneath the picture stood a square table, flanked by straight, low-backed armchairs. On other elaborately carved teakwood stands distributed about the room were blue and white vases, porcelain wine jars, dwarfed trees. Pale golden lanterns hung from the ceiling. A soft-toned rug lay on the floor. John Quincy felt again the gulf between himself and Charlie Chan. But when the detective returned, he wore the conventional garb of Los Angeles or Detroit, and the gulf did not seem so wide. They went out together and, entering the roadster, drove to Hallett's house on Iolani Avenue. The captain lolled in pajamas on his lanai. He greeted his callers with interest. "You boys are out late," he said. "Something doing?" "Certainly is," replied John Quincy, taking a proffered chair. "There's a man named Saladin." At mention of the name, Hallett looked at him keenly. John Quincy went on to tell him what he knew of Saladin, his alleged place of residence, his business, the tragedy of the lost teeth. "Some time ago, we got on to the fact that every time Kaohla figured in the investigation, Saladin was interested. He managed to be at the desk of the Reef and Palm the day Kaohla inquired for Braid. On the night Kaohla was questioned by your men, Miss Egan saw Mr. Saladin crouching outside the window. So Charlie and I thought it is a good scheme to send a cable of inquiry to the postmaster at Des Moines, where Saladin claimed to be in the wholesale grocery business." He handed the envelope to Hallett. "That answer arrived tonight," he added. An odd smile had appeared on Hallett's usually solemn face. He took the cable and read it, then slowly tore it into bits. "Forget it, boys," he said calmly. What? Gasped John Quincy. "I said forget it. I like your enterprise, but you're on the wrong trail there." John Quincy was greatly annoyed. "I demand an explanation," he cried. "I can't give it to you," Hallett answered. "You'll have to take my word for it." "I've taken your word for a good many things," said John Quincy hotly. "This begins to look rather suspicious to me. Are you trying to shield somebody?" Hallett rose and laid his hand on John Quincy's shoulder. "I've had a hard day," he remarked, "and I'm not going to get angry with you. I'm not trying to shield anybody. I'm as anxious as you are to discover who killed Dan Winterslip. More anxious, perhaps. Yet when we bring you evidence, you tear it up. Bring me the right evidence," said Hallett. "Bring me that wristwatch. I can promise you action then." John Quincy was impressed by the sincerity in his tone, but he was sadly puzzled, too. "All right," he said. "That's that. I'm sorry if we troubled you with this trivial matter." Don't talk like that. Hallett broke in. I'm glad of your help, but as far as Mr. Saladin is concerned... He looked at Chan. Let him alone. Chan bowed. You are undisputable, Chief, he replied. They went back to Punchbowl Hill in the roadster, both rather dejected. As Chan alighted at his gate, John Quincy spoke. Well, I'm Pow. Saladin was my last hope. The Chinaman stared for a moment at the moonlit Pacific that lay beyond the waterfront lamps. Stone wall surrounds us, he said dreamily. But we circle about seeking loophole. Moment of discovery will come. I wish I thought so, replied John Quincy. Chan smiled. Patience are a very lovely virtue, he remarked. Seem that way to me, but maybe that are my oriental mind. Your race, I perceive, regard patience with ever-swelling disfavor. It was with swelling disfavor that John Quincy regarded it as he drove back to Waikiki. Yet he had great need of patience in the days immediately following, for nothing happened. The 48-hour period given him to leave Hawaii expired, but the writer of that threatening letter failed to come forward and relieve the tedium. Thursday arrived, a calm day like the others. Thursday night, peaceful and serene. On Friday afternoon, Agatha Parker broke the monotony by a cable sent from the Wyoming ranch. You must be quite mad. I find the West crude and impossible. John Quincy smiled. He could picture her as she wrote it, proud, haughty, unyielding. She must have been popular with the man who transmitted the message. Or was he, too, an exile from the East? And perhaps the girl was right. Perhaps he was mad after all. He sat on Dan Winterslip's lanai trying to think things out. Boston, the office, the art gallery, the theaters. The common on a winter's day, with the air bracing and full of life. The thrill of a new issue of Bonds, like the thrill of a theatrical first night. Would it get over big or flop at his feet? Tennis at Longwood, long evenings on the Charles, golf with people of his own kind at Magnolia. Tea out of exquisite cups in dim old drawing rooms. Wasn't he mad to think of giving up all that? But what had Miss Minerva said? If your chance ever comes... The problem was a big one, and big problems were annoying out here where the lotus grew. He yawned and went aimlessly downtown. Drifting into the public library, he saw Charlie Chan hunched over a table that held an enormous volume. John Quincy went closer. The book was made up of back numbers of the Honolulu morning paper, and it was open at a time-yellowed sporting page. Hello, Chan. What are you up to? The Chinaman gave him a smile of greeting. Hello. Little bit of careless reading while I gallop about seeking loophole. He closed the big volume casually. You seem in the best of health. Oh, I'm all right. No more fierce shots out of bushes? Not a trigger pulled. I imagine that was a big bluff, nothing more. What do you say, bluff? I mean the fellow's a coward after all. Chan shook his head solemnly. Pardon humble suggestion. Do not lose carefulness. Hotheads plenty in hot climate. I'll look before I leap, John Quincy promised. But I'm afraid I interrupted you. Ridiculous thought, protested Chan. I'll go along. Let me know if anything breaks. Most certainly. Up to present, everything are intact. John Quincy paused at the door of the reference room. Charlie Chan had promptly opened the big book and was again bending over it with every show of interest. Returning to Waikiki, John Quincy faced a dull evening. Barbara had gone to the island of Kauai for a visit with old friends of the family. He had not been sorry when she went, for he didn't feel quite at ease in her presence. The estrangement between the girl and Jennison continued. The lawyer had not been at the dock to see her off. Yes, John Quincy had parted from her gladly, but her absence cast a pall of loneliness over the house on Kaohla Road. After dinner, he sat with his pipe on the lanai. Down the beach at the Reef and Palm, pleasant company was available, but he hesitated. He had seen Carlotta Egan several times by day, on the beach or in the water. She was very happy now, though somewhat appalled at the thought of her approaching visit to England. They'd had several talks about that. Daylight talks. John Quincy was a bit afraid to entrust himself, as Chan had said in speaking of his stone idol, of an evening. After all, there was Agatha, there was Boston. There was Barbara, too. Being entangled with 3 girls at once was a rather wearing experience. He rose and went down to the movies. On Saturday morning, he was awakened early by the whir of aeroplanes above the house. The American fleet was in the offing, and the little brothers of the air service hastened out to hover overhead in friendly welcome. That day, a spirit of carnival prevailed in Honolulu, flags floated from every masthead, and streets bloomed as Barbara had predicted, with handsome boys in spotless uniforms. They were everywhere, swarming in the souvenir stores, besieging the soda fountains, skylarking on the trolley cars. Evening brought a great ball at the Beach Hotel, and John Quincy, out for a walk, saw that every spick and span uniform moved toward Waikiki, accompanied by a fair young thing who was only too happy to serve as sweetheart in that particular port. John Quincy felt, suddenly, rather out of things. Each pretty girl he saw recalled Carlotta Egan. He turned his wandering footsteps toward the Reef and Palm, and oddly enough, his pace quickened at once. The proprietor himself was behind the desk, his eyes calm and untroubled now. Good evening, Mr. Egan. Or should I say Mr. Cope? Remarked John Quincy. Oh, we'll stick to the Egan, I guess, the man replied. Sort of got out of the hang of the other. Mr. Winterslip, I'm happy to see you. Carrie will be down in a moment. John Quincy gazed about the big public room. It was a scene of confusion. Spattered ladders, buckets of paint, rolls of newspaper. What's going on? He inquired. Freshening things up a bit, Egan answered. You know we're in society now. He laughed. Yes, sir, the old reef and palm has been standing here a long time without so much as a glance from the better establishment of Honolulu. But now they know I'm related to the British Admiralty, they've suddenly discovered it's a quaint and interesting place. They're dropping in for tea. Just fancy. But that's Honolulu. That's Boston, too, John Quincy assured him. Yes, and precisely the sort of thing I ran away from England to escape a good many years ago. I'd tell them all to go to the devil, but there's Carrie. Somehow, women feel differently about these things. It will warm her heart a bit to have these dowagers smile upon her. And they're smiling. You know, they've even dug up the fact that my cousin George has been knighted for making a particularly efficient brand of soap. He grimaced. It's nothing I'd have mentioned myself. A family skeleton as I see it. But society has odd standards. And I mustn't be hard on poor old George. As Arthur says, making soap is good, clean fun. Is your brother still with you? No. He's gone back to finish his job in the Fanning Group. When he returns, I'm sending Carrie to England for a long stop. Yes, that's right, I'm sending her, he added quickly. I'm paying for these repairs, too. You see, I've been able to add a second mortgage to the one already on the poor tottering reef and palm. That's another outcome of my newfound connection with the British Admiralty and the silly old soap business. Here's Carrie now. John Quincy turned, and he was glad he had, for he would not willingly have missed the picture of Carlotta on the stairs. Carlotta in an evening gown of some shimmering material, her dark hair dressed in a new and amazingly effective way, her white shoulders gleaming, her eyes happy at last. As she came quickly toward him, he caught his breath. Never had he seen her look so beautiful. She must have heard his voice in the office, he reflected, and with surprising speed arrayed herself thus to greet him. He was deeply grateful as he took her hand. Stranger, she rebuked. We thought you'd deserted us. I'd never do that, he answered. But I've been rather busy. A step sounded behind him. He turned, and there stood one of those ubiquitous Navy boys, a tall, blonde Adonis who held his cap in his hand and smiled in a devastating way. Hello, Johnny, Carlotta said. Mr. Winterslip of Boston, this is Lieutenant Booth of Richmond, Virginia. How are you? Nodded the boy, without removing his eyes from the girl's face. Just one of the guests, this Winterslip. No account at all. Such was obviously the lieutenant's idea. All ready, Carrie? The car's outside. I'm frightfully sorry, Mr. Winterslip, said the girl. But we are off to the dance. This weekend belongs to the Navy, you know. You'll come again, won't you? Of course, John Quincy replied. Don't let me keep you. She smiled at him and fled with Johnny at her side. Looking after them, John Quincy felt his heart sink into his boots, an unaccountable sensation of age and helplessness. Youth. Youth was going through that door, and he was left behind. A great pity she had to run, said Egan in a kindly voice. Why, that's all right, John Quincy assured him. Old friend of the family, this Lieutenant Booth? Not at all. Just a lad Carrie met at parties in San Francisco. Won't you sit down and have a smoke with me? Some other time, thanks, John Quincy said wearily. I must hurry back to the house. He wanted to escape, to get out into the calm, lovely night, the night that was ruined for him now. He walked along the beach, savagely kicking his toes into the white sand. Johnny. She had called him Johnny. And the way she had looked at him, too. Again, John Quincy felt that sharp pang in his heart. Foolish, foolish. Better go back to Boston and forget. Peaceful old Boston, that was where he belonged. He was an old man out here, 30 nearly. Better go away and leave these children to love and the moonlit beach. Miss Minerva had gone in the big car to call on friends, and the house was quiet as the tomb. John Quincy wandered aimlessly about the rooms, gloomy and bereft. Down at the Moana, a Hawaiian orchestra was playing, and Lieutenant Booth of Richmond was holding Carlotta close in the intimate manner affected these days by the young. Bah! If he hadn't been ordered to leave Hawaii, by gad, he'd go tomorrow. The telephone rang. None of the servants appeared to answer it, so John Quincy went himself. Charlie Chan speaking, said a voice. That is you, Mr. Winterslip? Good. Big event will come to pass very quick. Meet me Drug and Grocery Emporium of Liu Yin, number 927 River Street, soon as you can do so. You savvy locality? I'll find it, cried John Quincy, delighted. By bank of stream I will await. Goodbye. Action. Action at last. John Quincy's heart beat fast. Action was what he wanted tonight. As usually happens in a crisis, there was no automobile available. The Roadster was at a garage undergoing repairs, and the other car was in use. He hastened over to Kalakaua Avenue, intending to rent a machine, but a trolley approaching at the moment altered his plans and he swung aboard. Never had a trolley moved at so reluctant a pace. When they reached the corner of 4th Street in the center of the city, he left it and proceeded on foot. The hour was still fairly early, but the scene was one of somnolent calm. A couple of tourists drifted aimlessly by. About the bright doorway of a shooting gallery loitered a group of soldiers from the fort with a sprinkling of enlisted Navy men. John Quincy hurried on down King Street, past Chinese noodle cafes and pawn shops, and turned presently off into River Street. On his left was the river, on his right an array of shabby stores. He paused at the door of number 927, the establishment of Liu Yin. Inside, seated behind a screen that revealed only their heads, a number of Chinese were engrossed in a friendly little game. John Quincy opened the door. A bell tinkled, and he stepped into an odor of must and decay. Curious sights met his quick eye: dried roots and herbs, jars of seahorse skeletons, dejected ducks flattened out and varnished to tempt the palate, goblets of pork. An old Chinaman rose and came forward. "I'm looking for Mr. Charlie Chan," said John Quincy. The old man nodded and led the way to a red curtain across the rear of the shop. He lifted it and indicated that John Quincy was to pass. The boy did so, and came into a bare room furnished with a cot, a table on which an oil lamp burned dimly behind a smoky chimney, and a couple of chairs. A man who had been sitting on one of the chairs rose suddenly, a huge red-haired man with the smell of the sea about him. "Hello," he said. "Is Mr. Chan here?" John Quincy inquired. "Not yet. He'll be along in a minute. What say to a drink while we're waiting? Hey Liu, a couple of glasses that rotten rice wine." The Chinaman withdrew. "Sit down," said the man. John Quincy obeyed. The sailor sat too. One of his eyelids drooped wickedly. He rested his hands on the table, enormous hairy hands. "Charlie'll be here pretty quick," he said. "Then I got a little story to tell the two of you." "Yes?" John Quincy replied. He glanced about the little vile-smelling room. There was a door, a closed door, at the back. He looked again at the red-haired man. He wondered how he was going to get out of there. For he knew now that Charlie Chan had not called him on the telephone. It came to him belatedly that the voice was never Charlie's. "You savvy locality?" the voice had said. A clumsy attempt at Chan's style, but Chan was a student of English. He dragged his words painfully from the poets. He was careful to use nothing that savored of pidgin. No, the detective had not telephoned. He was no doubt at home now, bending over his chessboard, and here was John Quincy shut up in a little room on the fringe of the river district, with a husky sailorman who leered at him knowingly. The old Chinaman returned with 2 small glasses into which the liquor had already been poured. He set them on the table. The red-haired man lifted one of them. "Your health, sir," he said. John Quincy took up the other glass and raised it to his lips. There was a suspicious eagerness in the sailor's one good eye. John Quincy put the glass back on the table. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't want a drink, thank you." The great face with its stubble of red beard leaned close to his. "You mean you won't drink with me?" said the red-haired man belligerently. "That's just what I mean," John Quincy answered. Might as well get it over with, he felt. Anything was better than this suspense. He stood up. "I'll be going along," he announced. He took a step toward the red curtain. The sailor, evidently a fellow of few words, rose and got in his way. John Quincy, himself feeling the futility of talking, said nothing but struck the man in the face. The sailor struck back with efficiency and promptness. In another second, the room was full of battle, and John Quincy saw red everywhere. Red curtain, red hair, red lamp flame, great red hairy hands cunningly seeking his face. What was it Roger had said? Ever fought with a ship's officer? The old-fashioned kind, with fists like flying hams? No, he hadn't up to then, but that sweet experience was his now, and it came to John Quincy pleasantly that he was doing rather well at his new trade. This was better than the attic. Here he was prepared and had a chance. Time and again he got his hands on the red curtain, only to be dragged back and subjected to a new attack. The sailor was seeking to knock him out, and though many of his blows went home, that happy result, from the standpoint of the red-haired man, was unaccountably delayed. John Quincy had a similar aim in life. They lunged noisily about the room, while the surprising Orientals in the front of the shop continued their quiet game. John Quincy felt himself growing weary. His breath came painfully. He realized that his adversary had not yet begun to fight. Standing with his back to the table in an idle moment while the red-haired man made plans for the future, the boy hit on a plan of his own. He overturned the table. The lamp crashed down. Darkness fell over the world. In the final glimmer of light, he saw the big man coming for him, and dropping to his knees, he tackled in the approved manner of Soldiers Field, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Culture prevailed. The sailor went on his head with a resounding thump. John Quincy let go of him and sought the nearest exit. It happened to be the door at the rear, and it was unlocked. He passed hurriedly through a cluttered backyard, and climbing a fence, found himself in the neighborhood known as the River District. There, in crazy alleys that have no names, no sidewalks, no beginning and no end, 5 races lived together in the dark. Some houses were above the walk level, some below. All were out of alignment. John Quincy felt he had wandered into a futurist drawing. As he paused, he heard the whine and clatter of Chinese music, the clicking of a typewriter, the rasp of a cheap phonograph playing American jazz, the distorted scream of an auto horn, a child wailing Japanese lamentations. Footsteps in the yard beyond the fence roused him, and he fled. He must get out of this mystic maze of mean alleys, and at once. Odd painted faces loomed in the dusk. Pasty white faces with just a suggestion of queer costumes beneath. A babble of tongues, queer eyes that glittered, once a lean hand on his arm. A group of moon-faced Chinese children under a lamp who scattered at his approach. And when he paused again, out of breath, the patter of many feet, bare feet, sandaled feet, the clatter of wooden clogs, the squeak of cheap shoes made in his own Massachusetts. Then suddenly the thump of large feet such as might belong to a husky sailor. He moved on. Presently he came into the comparative quiet of River Street, and realized that he had traveled in a circle, for there was Liu Yin's shop again. As he hurried on toward King Street, he saw, over his shoulder, that the red-haired man still followed. A big touring car, with curtains drawn, waited by the curb. John Quincy leaped in beside the driver. Get out of here, quick! He panted. A sleepy Japanese face looked at him through the gloom. Busy now. I don't care if you are, began John Quincy, and glanced down at one of the man's arms resting on the wheel. His heart stood still. In the dusk, he saw a wristwatch with an illuminated dial, and the numeral 2 was very dim. Even as he looked, strong hands seized him by the collar and dragged him into the dark tonneau. At the same instant, the red-haired man arrived. Got him, Mike? Say, that's luck. He leaped into the rear of the car. Quick, able work went forward. John Quincy's hands were bound behind his back. A vile-tasting gag was put in his mouth. Damned if this bird didn't land me one in the eye, said the red-haired man. I'll pay him for it when we get aboard. Hey, you, Pier 78. Show us some speed. The car leaped forward. John Quincy lay on the dusty floor, bound and helpless. To the docks? But he wasn't thinking of that. He was thinking of the watch on the driver's wrist. A brief run, and they halted in the shadow of a pier shed. John Quincy was lifted and propelled none too gently from the car. His cheek was jammed against one of the buttons holding the side curtain, and he had sufficient presence of mind to catch the gag on it and loosen it. As they left the car, he tried to get a glimpse of its license plate, but he was able to ascertain only the first 2 figures, 33, before it sped away. His 2 huge chaperones hurried him along the dock. Some distance off, he saw a little group of men, 3 in white uniforms, 1 in a darker garb. The latter was smoking a pipe. John Quincy's heart leaped. He maneuvered the loosened gag with his teeth so that it dropped about his collar. Goodbye, Pete, he shouted at the top of his lungs, and launched at once into a terrific struggle to break away from his startled captors. There was a moment's delay, and then the clatter of feet along the dock. A stocky boy in a white uniform began an enthusiastic debate with Mike, and the other 2 were prompt to claim the attention of the red-haired man. Pete Mayberry was at John Quincy's back, cutting the rope on his wrists. Well, I'll be damned, Mr. Winterslip, he cried. Same here, laughed John Quincy. Shanghaied in another minute but for you. He leaped forward to join the battle, but the red-haired man and his friend had already succumbed to youth and superior forces, and were in full retreat. John Quincy followed joyously along the dock and planted his fist back of his old adversary's ear. The sailor staggered, but regained his balance and went on. John Quincy returned to his rescuers. The last blow is the sweetest, he remarked. I can place those guys, said Mayberry. They're off that tramp steamer that's been lying about in the harbor the past week. An opium runner, I'll gamble on it. You go to the police station right away. Yes, said John Quincy. I must. But I want to thank you, Mr. Mayberry, and... He turned to the white uniforms. You fellows too. The stocky lad was picking up his cap. Why, that's all right, he said. A real pleasure if you ask me. But look here, old-timer, he added, addressing Mayberry. How about your Honolulu waterfront and its lost romance? You go tell that to the Marines. As John Quincy hurried away, Pete Mayberry was busily explaining that the thing was unheard of. Not in 20 years, maybe more than that. His voice died in the distance. Hallett was in his room, and John Quincy detailed his evening's adventure. The captain was incredulous, but when the boy came to the wristwatch on the driver of the car, he sat up and took notice. Now you're talking, he cried. I'll start the force after that car tonight. First two figures 33, you say? I'll send somebody aboard that tramp, too. They can't get away with stuff like that around here. Oh, never mind them, said John Quincy magnanimously. Concentrate on the watch. Back in the quiet town, he walked with his head up, his heart full of the joy of battle. And while he thought of it, he stepped into the cable office. The message he sent was addressed to Agatha Parker on that Wyoming ranch. San Francisco or nothing was all it said. As he walked down the deserted street, on his way to the corner to wait for his trolley, he heard quick footsteps on his trail again. Who now? He was sore and weary, a bit fed up on fighting for one evening. He quickened his pace. The steps quickened too. He went even faster. So did his pursuer. Oh well, might as well stop and face him. John Quincy turned. A young man rushed up. A lean young man in a cap. Mr. Winterslip, ain't it? He thrust a dark brown object into John Quincy's hand. Your July almanac, sir. Came in on the Maui this morning. Oh, said John Quincy limply. Well, I'll take it. My aunt might like to look at it. Keep the change. Thank you, sir, said the newsman, touching his cap. John Quincy rode out to Waikiki on the last seat of the car. His face was swollen and cut. Every muscle ached. Under his arm, clasped tightly, he held the almanac. But he didn't do so much as look at the table of contents. We move, we advance, he told himself exultantly. For he had seen the watch with the illuminated dial, the dial on which the numeral 2 was very dim. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 20. The Story of Lau Ho. Early Sunday morning, John Quincy was awakened by a sharp knock on his door. Rising sleepily and donning dressing gown and slippers, he opened it to admit his Aunt Minerva. She had a worried air. Are you all right, John Quincy? She inquired. Surely. That is, I would be if I hadn't been dragged out of bed a full hour before I intended to get up. I'm sorry, but I had to have a look at you. She took a newspaper from under her arm and handed it to him. What's all this? An 8-column head on the first page caught even John Quincy's sleepy eye. Boston man has strange adventure on waterfront. Smaller heads announced that Mr. John Quincy Winterslip had been rescued from an unwelcome trip to China in the nick of time by 3 midshipmen from the Oregon. Poor Pete Mayberry. He had been the real hero of the affair, but his own paper would not come out again until Monday evening, and rivals had beaten him to the story. John Quincy yawned. "All true, my dear," he said. "I was on the verge of leaving you when the Navy saved me. Life, you perceive, has become a musical comedy." "But why should anyone want to Shanghai you?" cried Miss Minerva. "Ah, I hoped you'd ask me that. It happens that your nephew has a brain. His keen analytical work as a detective is getting someone's goat. He admitted as much in a letter he sent me the night he took a few shots at my head." "Someone shot at you!" gasped Miss Minerva. "I'll say so. You rather fancy yourself a sleuth, but is anybody taking aim at you from behind bushes? Answer me that." Miss Minerva sat down weakly on a chair. "You're going home on the next boat," she announced. He laughed. "About 2 weeks ago, I made that suggestion to you. And what was your reply? Ah, my dear, the tables are turned. I'm not going home on the next boat. I may never go home. This gay, carefree, sudden country begins to appeal to me. Let me read about myself." He returned to the paper. "The clock was turned back 30 years on the Honolulu waterfront last night," began the somewhat imaginative account. "It closed with the news that the tramp steamer Mary S. Allison had left port before the police could board her. Evidently she had steam up and papers ready, and was only awaiting the return of the red-haired man and his victim." John Quincy handed the newspaper back to his aunt. "Too bad," he remarked. "They slipped through Halleck's fingers." "Of course they did," she snapped. "Everybody does. I'd like to talk with Captain Hallett. If I could only tell him what I think of him, I'd feel better." "Save that paper," John Quincy said. "I want to send it to Mother." She stared at him. "Are you mad? Poor Grace, she'd have a nervous breakdown. I only hope she doesn't hear of this until you're back in Boston safe and sound." "Oh yes, Boston," laughed John Quincy. "Quaint old town, they tell me. I must visit there someday. Now if you'll leave me a minute, I'll prepare to join you at breakfast and relate the story of my adventurous life." "Very well," agreed Miss Minerva, rising. She paused at the door. "A little witch hazel might help your face." "The scars of an honorable battle," said her nephew. "Why remove them?" "Honorable fiddlesticks," Miss Minerva answered. "After all, the Back Bay has its good points." But in the hall outside, she smiled a delighted little smile. When John Quincy and his aunt were leaving the dining room after breakfast, Kamaikui, in a freshly laundered holoku, approached the boy. "So very happy to see you safe this morning," she announced. "Why, thank you, Kamaikui," he answered. He wondered, was Kaohla responsible for his troubles, and if so, did this huge silent woman know of her grandson's activities? Poor thing, Miss Minerva said as they entered the living room. She's been quite downcast since Dan went. I'm sorry for her. I've always liked her. Naturally, smiled John Quincy. There's a bond between you. What's that? 2 vanishing races, yours and hers. The Boston Brahmin and the pure Hawaiian. Later in the morning, Carlotta Egan telephoned him, greatly excited. She had just seen the Sunday paper. All true, he admitted. While you were dancing your heart out, I was struggling to sidestep a cook's tour of the Orient. I shouldn't have had a happy moment if I'd known. Then I'm glad you didn't. Big party, I suppose? Yes. You know, I've been terribly worried about you ever since that night on the avenue. I want to talk with you. Will you come to see me? Will I? I'm on my way already. He hung up the receiver and hastened down the beach. Carlotta was sitting on the white sand not far from the reef and palm, all in white herself. A serious, wide-eyed Carlotta quite different from the gay girl who had been hurrying to a party the night before. John Quincy dropped down beside her, and for a time they talked of the dance and his adventure. Suddenly she turned to him. I have no right to ask it, I know, but I want you to do something for me. It will make me very happy. Anything you ask. Go back to Boston. What? Not that. I was wrong. That wouldn't make me happy. Yes, it would. You don't think so now, perhaps. You're dazzled by the sun out here, but this isn't your kind of place. We are not your kind of people. You think you like us, but you'd soon forget. Back among your own sort. The sort who are interested in the things that interest you. Please go. It would be retreating under fire, he objected. But you proved your courage last night. I'm afraid for you. Someone out here has a terrible grudge against you. I'd never forgive Hawaii if anything happened to you. That's sweet of you. He moved closer, but, confound it, there was Agatha, bound to Agatha by all the ties of honor. He edged away again. I'll think about it, he agreed. I'm leaving Honolulu too, you know, she reminded him. I know. You'll have a wonderful time in England. She shook her head. Oh, I dread the whole idea. Dad's heart is set on it, and I shall go to please him. But I shan't enjoy it. I'm not up to England. Nonsense. No, I'm not. I'm unsophisticated, crude, really. Just a girl of the islands. But you wouldn't care to stay here all your life? No, indeed. It's a beautiful spot to loll about in, but I've too much northern blood to be satisfied with that. One of these days I want Dad to sell and we'll go to the mainland. I could get some sort of work. Any particular place on the mainland? Well, I haven't been about much, of course. But all the time I was at school, I kept thinking I'd rather live in San Francisco than anywhere else in the world. Good, John Quincy cried. That's my choice, too. You remember that morning on the ferry, how you held out your hands to me and said, "Welcome to your city." But you corrected me at once. You said you belonged in Boston. I see my error now. She shook her head. A moment's madness, but you'll recover. You're an Easterner, and you could never be happy anywhere else. Oh, yes, I could, he assured her. I'm a winterslip, a wandering winterslip. Any old place we hang our hats. This time he did lean rather close. I could be happy anywhere, he began. He wanted to add with you, but Agatha's slim patrician hand was on his shoulder. Anywhere, he repeated with a different inflection. A gong sounded from the reef-and palm. Carlotta rose. That's lunch. John Quincy stood too. It's beside the point where you go, she went on. I asked you to do something for me. I know. If you'd asked anything else in the world, I'd be up to my neck in it now. But what you suggest would take a bit of doing. To leave Hawaii and say goodbye to you. I meant to be very firm about it, she broke in. But I must have a little time to consider. Will you wait? She smiled up at him. You're so much wiser than I am, she said. Yes, I'll wait. He went slowly along the beach. Unsophisticated, yes, and charming. You're so much wiser than I am. Where on the mainland could one encounter a girl nowadays who'd say that? He had quite forgotten that she smiled when she said it. In the afternoon, John Quincy visited the police station. Hallett was in his room in rather a grouchy mood. Chan was out somewhere hunting the watch. No, they hadn't found it yet. John Quincy was mildly reproving. Well, you saw it, didn't you? Growled Hallett. Why in Sam Hill didn't you grab it? Because they tied my hands, John Quincy reminded him. I've narrowed the search down for you to the taxi drivers of Honolulu. Hundreds of them, my boy. More than that, I've given you the first two numbers on the license plate of the car. If you're any good at all, you ought to be able to land that watch now. Oh, we'll land it, Hallett said. Give us time. Time was just what John Quincy had to give them. Monday came and went. Miss Minerva was bitterly sarcastic. Patience are a very lovely virtue, John Quincy told her. I got that from Charlie. At any rate, she snapped, it are a virtue very much needed with Captain Hallett in charge. In another direction, too, John Quincy was called upon to exercise patience. Agatha Parker was unaccountably silent regarding that short, peremptory cable he had sent on his big night in town. Was she offended? The Parkers were notoriously not a family who accepted dictation. But in such a vital matter as this, a girl should be willing to listen to reason. Late Tuesday afternoon, Chan telephoned from the station house, unquestionably Chan this time. Would John Quincy do him the great honor to join him for an early dinner at the Alexander Young Cafe? "Something doing, Charlie?" cried the boy eagerly. "Maybe it might be," answered Chan. "And maybe also not. At 6 o'clock in hotel lobby, if you will so far condescend." "I'll be there," John Quincy promised, and he was. He greeted Chan with anxious, inquiring eyes, but the Chinaman was suave and entirely non-committal. He led John Quincy to the dining room and carefully selected a table by a front window. "Do me the great favor to recline," he suggested. John Quincy reclined. "Charlie, don't keep me in suspense," he pleaded. Chan smiled. "Let us not shade the feast with gloomy murder talk," he replied. "This our social meeting. Is it that you are in the mood to dry up a plate of soup?" "Why, yes, of course," John Quincy answered. Politeness, he saw, dictated that he hide his curiosity. "2 of the soup," ordered Chan of a white-jacketed waiter. A car drew up to the door of the Alexander Young. Chan half rose, staring at it keenly. He dropped back to his seat. "It is my high delight to entertain you thus humbly before you are restored to Boston. Converse at some length of Boston. I feel interested." "Really?" smiled the boy. "Undoubtedly. Gentlemen I meet once say Boston are like China. The future of both, he say, lies in graveyards where repose useless bodies of honored guests on high. I am fogged as to meaning." "He means both places live in the past," John Quincy explained. And he was right, in a way. Boston, like China, boasts a glorious history. But that's not saying the Boston of today isn't progressive. Why, do you know? He talked eloquently of his native city. Chan listened, rapt. "Always," he sighed when John Quincy finished, "I have unlimited yearning for travel." He paused to watch another car draw up before the hotel. "But it are unavailable. I am policeman on small remuneration. In my youth, rambling on every hillside or by moonlit ocean, I dream of more lofty position. Not so now. But that other American citizen, my eldest son, he are dreaming too. Maybe for him dreams eventuate. Perhaps he becomes second Babe Ruth, home run emperor, applause of thousands making him deaf. Who knows it?" The dinner passed, unshaded by gloomy talk, and they went outside. Chan proffered a cigar of which he spoke in the most belittling fashion. He suggested that they stand for a time before the hotel door. "Waiting for somebody?" inquired John Quincy, unable longer to dissemble. "Precisely the fact. Barely dared to mention it, however. Great disappointment may drive up here any minute now. An open car stopped before the hotel entrance. John Quincy's eyes sought the license plate, and he got an immediate thrill. The first two figures were 33. A party of tourists, a man and two women, alighted. The doorman ran forward and busied himself with luggage. Chan casually strolled across the walk, and as the Japanese driver shifted his gears, preparatory to driving away, put a restraining hand on the car door. "One moment, please." The Jap turned, fright in his eyes. "You are Okuda from Auto Stand Across Way?" "Yes," hissed the driver. "You are now returned from exploring island with party of tourists? You leave the spot early Sunday morning?" "Yes." "Is it possible that you wear wristwatch, please?" "Yes." "Deign to reveal face of same." The Jap hesitated. Chan leaned far over into the car and thrust aside the man's coat sleeve. He came back, a pleased light in his eyes, and held open the rear door. "Kindly embark into Tano, Mr. Winterslip." Obediently, John Quincy got in. Chan took his place by the driver's side. "The police station, if you will be so kind." The car leaped forward. The essential clue. They had it at last. John Quincy's heart beat fast there in the rear of the car where, only a few nights before, he had been bound and gagged. Captain Hallett's grim face relaxed into happy lines when he met them at the door of his room. "You got him, eh? Good work." He glanced at the prisoner's wrist. "Rip that watch off him, Charlie." Charlie obeyed. He examined the watch for a moment, then handed it to his chief. "Inexpensive timepiece of noted brand," he announced. "Numeral 2 faint and far away." One other fact emerged into light. This Jap here have small wrist. Yet worn place on strap convey impression of being worn by man with wrist of vastly larger circumference. Hallett nodded. "Yes, that's right. Some other man has owned this watch. He had a big wrist, but most men in Honolulu have, you know. Sit down, Okuda. I want to hear from you. You understand what it means to lie to me?" "I do not lie, sir." "No, you bet your sweet life you don't. First, tell me who engaged your car last Saturday night." "Saturday night?" "That's what I said." "Ah, yes. 2 sailors from ship. Engaged for evening, paying large cash at once. I drive to shop on River Street, wait long time. Then off we go to dock with extra passenger in back." "Know the names of those sailors?" "Could not say." "What ship were they from?" "How can I know? Not told." "All right, I'm coming to the important thing. Understand? The truth. That's what I want. Where did you get this watch?" Chan and John Quincy leaned forward eagerly. "I buy him," said the Jap. "You bought him? Where?" At Jewel Store of Chinese Lau Ho on Mauna Kea Street. Hallett turned to Chan. Know the place, Charlie? Chan nodded. Yes, indeed. Open now? Open until hour of 10, maybe more. Good, said Hallett. Come along, Okuda. You can drive us there. Lau Ho, a little wizened Chinaman, sat back of his workbench with a microscope screwed into one dim old eye. The four men who entered his tiny store filled it to overflowing, but he gave them barely a glance. Come on, Ho. Wake up, Hallett cried. I want to talk to you. With the utmost deliberation, the Chinaman descended from his stool and approached the counter. He regarded Hallett with a hostile eye. The captain laid the wristwatch on top of a showcase in which reposed many trays of jade. Ever see that before? He inquired. Lau Ho regarded it casually. Slowly he raised his eyes. Maybe so, cannot say, he replied in a high, squeaky voice. Hallett reddened. Nonsense. You had it here in the store and you sold it to this Jap. Now didn't you? Lau Ho dreamily regarded the taxi driver. Maybe so, cannot say. Damn it! Cried Hallett. You know who I am? Policeman, maybe. Policeman, maybe, yes. And I want you to tell me about this watch. Now wake up and come across, or by the Lord Harry... Chan laid a deferential hand on his chief's arm. Humbly suggest I attempt this, he said. Hallett nodded. All right, he's your meat, Charlie. He drew back. Chan bowed with a great show of politeness. He launched into a long story in Chinese. Lau Ho looked at him with slight interest. Presently, he squeaked a brief reply. Chan resumed his flow of talk. Occasionally he paused, and Lau Ho spoke. In a few moments, Chan turned beaming. Story are now completely extracted like aching tooth, he said. Wristwatch was brought to Lau Ho on Thursday, same week as murder. Offered him on sale by young man darkly colored with small knife scar marring cheek. Lau Ho buy and repair watch, interior works being in injured state. Saturday morning he sell at seemly profit to Japanese, presumably this Okuda here, but Lau Ho will not swear. Saturday night, dark young man appear much overwhelmed with excitement and demand watch again, please. Lau Ho say it is sold to Japanese. Which Japanese? Lau Ho is not aware of name and cannot describe, all Japanese faces being uninteresting outlook for him. Dark young man curse and fly. Appear frequently demanding any news, but Lau Ho is unable to oblige. Such our story of this jewel merchant here. They went out on the street. Hallett scowled at the Jap. All right, run along. I'll keep the watch. Very thankful, said the taxi driver, and leaped into his car. Hallett turned to Chan. A dark young man with a scar? He queried. Clear enough to me. Chan answered. Same are the Spaniard Jose Cabrera, careless man about town, with reputation not so savory. Mr. Winterslip, is it that you have forgotten him? John Quincy started. Me? Did I ever see him? Recall, said Chan. It are the night following murder. You and I linger in All-American restaurant, engaged in debate regarding hygiene of pie. Door open, admitting Boker, steward on President Tyler, joyously full of Okulehau. With him our dark young man, this Jose Cabrera himself. Oh, I remember now, John Quincy answered. Well, the Spaniard's easy to pick up, said Hallett. I'll have him inside an hour. One moment, please, interposed Chan. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the President Tyler returned from Orient. No gambler myself, but will wager incredible sum Spaniard waits on dock for Mr. Boker. If you present no fierce objection, I have a yearning to arrest him at that very moment. Why, of course, agreed Hallett. He looked keenly at Charlie Chan. Charlie, you old rascal, you've got the scent at last. Who, me? Grinned Chan. With your gracious permission, I would alter the picture. Stone walls are crumbling now like dust. Through many loopholes, light stream in like rosy streaks of dawn. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 21. The Stone Walls Crumble. The stone walls were crumbling and the light streaming through, but only for Chan. John Quincy was still groping in the dark, and his reflections were a little bitter as he returned to the house at Waikiki. Chan and he had worked together, but now that they approached the crisis of their efforts, the detective evidently preferred to push on alone, leaving his fellow worker to follow if he could. Well, so be it. But John Quincy's pride was touched. He had suddenly a keen desire to show Chan that he could not be left behind like that. If only he could, by some inspirational flash of deductive reasoning, arrive at the solution of the mystery simultaneously with the detective. For the honor of Boston and the Winterslips. Frowning deeply, he considered all the old discarded clues again. The people who had been under suspicion and then dropped. Egan, the Compton woman, Braid, Kaohla, Leverby, Saladin, Cope. He even considered several the investigation had not touched. Presently he came to Boker. What did Boker's reappearance mean? For the first time in 2 weeks, he thought of the little man with the fierce pompadour and the gold-rimmed eyeglasses. Boker with his sorrowful talk of vanished ballrooms and lost friends behind the bar. How was the steward on the President Tyler connected with the murder of Dan Winterslip? He had not done it himself, that was obvious, but in some way he was linked up with the crime. John Quincy spent a long and painful period seeking to join Boker up with one or another of the suspects. It couldn't be done. All through that Tuesday evening, the boy puzzled, so silent and distrait that Miss Minerva finally gave him up and retired to her room with a book. He awoke on Wednesday morning with the problem no nearer solution. Barbara was due to arrive at 10 o'clock from Kauai, and taking the small car, John Quincy went downtown to meet her. Pausing at the bank to cash a check, he encountered his old shipmate on the President Tyler, the sprightly Madame Maynard. "I really shouldn't speak to you," she said. "You never come to see me." "I know," he answered, "but I've been so very busy." "So I hear, running around with policemen and their victims. I have no doubt you'll go back to Boston and report we're all criminals and cutthroats out here." "Oh, hardly that." "Yes, you will. You're getting a very biased view of Honolulu. Why not stoop to associate with a respectable person now and then?" "I'd enjoy it, if they're all like you." "Like me? They're much more intelligent and charming than I am. Some of them are dropping by my house tonight for an informal little party. A bit of a chat and then a moonlight swim. Won't you come too?" "I want to, of course," John Quincy replied. "But there's Cousin Dan." Her eyes flashed. "I'll say it even if he was your relative. 10 minutes of mourning for Cousin Dan is ample. I'll be looking for you." John Quincy laughed. "I'll come." "Do," she answered. "And bring your Aunt Minerva. Tell her I said she might as well be dead as hogtied by convention." John Quincy went out to the corner of 4th and King Streets, near which he had parked the car. As he was about to climb into it, he paused. A familiar figure was jauntily crossing the street, the figure of Boker the steward, and with him was Willie Chan, demon backstopper of the Pacific. "Hello, Boker," John Quincy called. Mr. Boker came blithely to join him. "Well, well, well, my old friend Mr. Winterslip. Shake hands with William Chan, the local Thai cop." "Mr. Chan and I have met before," John Quincy told him. "Know all the celebrities, eh? That's good. Well, we missed you on the President Tyler." Boker was evidently quite sober. "Just got in, I take it," John Quincy remarked. "A few minutes ago. How about joining us?" He came closer and lowered his voice. "This intelligent young man tells me he knows a taxi stand out near the beach where one may obtain a superior brand of fusel oil with a very pretty label on the bottle." "Sorry," John Quincy answered. "My cousin's coming in shortly on an inter-island boat, and I'm elected to meet her." "I'm sorry too," said the graduate of Dublin University. "If my strength holds out, I'm aiming to stage quite a little party, and I'd like to have you in on it. Yes, a rather large affair, in memory of Tim, and as a last long lingering farewell to the 7 seas. "What? You're a pal?" "Pal it is. When I sail out of here tonight at 9 on the old PT, I'm through forever. You don't happen to know a good country newspaper that can be bought for, well, say 10 grand. "This is rather sudden, isn't it?" John Quincy inquired. "This is sudden country out here, sir. Well, we must roll along. Sorry you can't join us. If the going's not too rough and I can find a nice, smooth tabletop, I intend to turn down an empty glass. For poor old Tim. So long, sir, and happy days." He nodded to Willie Chan, and they went on down the street. John Quincy stood staring after them, a puzzled expression on his face. Barbara seemed paler and thinner than ever, but she announced that her visit had been an enjoyable one, and on the ride to the beach appeared to be making a distinct effort to be gay and sprightly. When they reached the house, John Quincy repeated to his aunt Mrs. Maynard's invitation. "Better come along," he urged. "Perhaps I will," she answered. "I'll see." The day passed quietly, and it was not until evening that the monotony was broken. Leaving the dining room with his aunt and Barbara, John Quincy was handed a cablegram. He hastily opened it. It had been sent from Boston. Evidently Agatha Parker, overwhelmed by the crude impossibility of the West, had fled home again, and John Quincy's brief San Francisco or nothing had followed her there. Hence the delay. The cablegram said simply, "Nothing. Agatha." John Quincy crushed it in his hand. He tried to suffer a little, but it was no use. He was a mighty happy man. The end of a romance? No. There had never been any nonsense of that kind between them. Just an affectionate regard too slight to stand the strain of parting. Agatha was younger than he, and she would marry some nice proper boy who had no desire to roam. And John Quincy Winterslip would read of her wedding in the San Francisco papers. He found Miss Minerva alone in the living room. "It's none of my business," she said, "but I'm wondering what was in your cablegram." "Nothing," he answered truthfully. "All the same, you were very pleased to get it." He nodded. "Yes, I imagine nobody was ever so happy over nothing before." "Good heavens!" she cried. "Have you given up grammar too?" "I'm thinking of it. How about going down to the beach with me?" She shook her head. "Someone is coming to look at the house, a leading lawyer, I believe he is. He's thinking of buying, and I feel I should be here to show him about. Barbara appears so listless and disinterested. Tell Sally Maynard I may drop in later." At 7:45, John Quincy took his bathing suit and wandered down Kaohla Road. It was another of those nights. A bright moon was riding high. From a bungalow buried under purple alamander came the soft croon of Hawaiian music. Through the hedges of flaming hibiscus, he caught again the exquisite odors of this exotic island. Mrs. Maynard's big house was a particularly unloved type of New England architecture, but 100 flowering vines did much to conceal that fact. John Quincy found his hostess enthroned in her great airy drawing room, surrounded by a handsome, laughing group of the best people. Pleasant people, too. As she introduced him, he began to wonder if he hadn't been missing a great deal of congenial companionship. "I dragged him out here against his will," the old lady explained. "I felt I owed it to Hawaii. He's been associating with the riffraff long enough." They insisted that he take an enormous chair, pressed cigarettes upon him, showered him with hospitable attentions. As he sat down and the chatter was resumed, he reflected that here was as civilized a company as Boston itself could offer. And why not? Most of these families came originally from New England, and had kept in their exile the old ideals of culture and caste. It might interest Beacon Street to know, Mrs. Maynard said, that long before the days of '49, the people of California were sending their children over here to be educated in the missionary schools, and importing their wheat from here too. Go on, tell the other one, Aunt Sally, laughed a pretty girl in blue. That about the first printing press in San Francisco being brought over from Honolulu. Madame Maynard shrugged her shoulders. Oh, what's the use? We are so far away, New England will never get us straight. John Quincy looked up to see Carlotta Egan in the doorway. A moment later, Lieutenant Booth of Richmond appeared at her side. It occurred to the young man from Boston that the fleet was rather overdoing its stop at Honolulu. Mrs. Maynard rose to greet the girl. Come in, my dear. You must know most of these people. She turned to the others. This is Miss Egan, a neighbor of mine on the beach. It was amusing to note that most of these people knew Carlotta too. John Quincy smiled. The British Admiralty and the soap business. It must have been rather an ordeal for the girl, but she saw it through with a sweet graciousness that led John Quincy to reflect that she would be at home in England, if she went there. Carlotta sat down on a sofa, and while Lieutenant Booth was busily arranging a cushion at her back, John Quincy dropped down beside her. The sofa was, fortunately, too small for free. I rather expected to see you, he said in a low voice. I was brought here to meet the best people of Honolulu, and the way I see it, you're the best of all. She smiled at him, and again the chatter of small talk filled the room. Presently the voice of a tall young man with glasses rose above the general hubbub. They got a cable from Joe Clark out of the country club this afternoon, he announced. The din ceased, and everyone listened with interest. Clark's our professional, explained the young man to John Quincy. He went over a month ago to play in the British Open. Did he win? Asked the girl in blue. He was put out by Hagen in the semifinals, the young man said. But he has the distinction of driving the longest ball ever seen on the St. Andrews course. Why shouldn't he? Asked an older man. He's got the strongest wrists I ever saw on anybody. John Quincy sat up, suddenly interested. How do you account for that? He asked. The older man smiled. We've all got pretty big wrists out here, he answered. Surfboarding, that's what does it. Joe Clark was a champion at one time, body surfing and board surfing too. He used to disappear for hours in the rollers out by the reef. The result was a marvelous wrist development. I've seen him drive a golf ball 380 yards. Yes, sir, I'll bet he made those Englishmen sit up and take notice. While John Quincy was thinking this over, someone suggested that it was time for the swim, and confusion regained. A Chinese servant led the way to the dressing rooms, which opened off the lanai, and the young people trooped joyously after him. I'll be waiting for you on the beach, John Quincy said to Carlotta Egan. I came with Johnny, you know, she reminded him. I know all about it, he answered. But it was the weekend you promised to the Navy. People who try to stretch their weekend through the following Wednesday night deserve all they get. She laughed. I'll look for you, she agreed. He donned his bathing suit hastily in a room filled with flying clothes and great waving brown arms. Lieutenant Booth, he noted with satisfaction, was proceeding at a leisurely pace. Hurrying through a door that opened directly on the beach, he waited under a nearby hau tree. Presently Carlotta came, slender and fragile-looking in the moonlight. Ah, here you are, John Quincy cried. The farthest float. The farthest float it is, she answered. They dashed into the warm, silvery water and swam gaily off. 5 minutes later, they sat on the float together. The light on Diamond Head was winking. The lanterns of sampans twinkled out beyond the reef. The shoreline of Honolulu was outlined by a procession of blinking stars controlled by dynamos. In the bright heavens hung a lunar rainbow, one colorful end in the Pacific and the other tumbling into the foliage ashore. A gorgeous setting in which to be young and in love, and free to speak at last. John Quincy moved closer to the girl's side. Great night, isn't it? He said. Wonderful, she answered softly. Carrie, I want to tell you something, and that's why I brought you out here away from the others. Somehow, she interrupted, it doesn't seem quite fair to Johnny. Never mind him. Has it ever occurred to you that my name's Johnny too? She laughed. Oh, but it couldn't be. What do you mean? I mean, I simply couldn't call you that. You're too dignified and remote. John Quincy, I believe I could call you John Quincy. Well, make up your mind. You'll have to call me something, because I'm going to be hanging around pretty constantly in the future. Yes, my dear, I'll probably turn out to be about the least remote person in the world. That is, if I can make you see the future the way I see it. Carrie, dearest. A gurgle sounded behind them, and they turned around. Lieutenant Booth was climbing onto the raft. Swam the last 50 yards underwater to surprise you, he sputtered. Well, you succeeded, said John Quincy without enthusiasm. The lieutenant sat down with the manner of one booked to remain indefinitely. I'll tell the world it's some night, he offered. Speaking of the world, when do you fellows leave Honolulu? Asked John Quincy. I don't know. Tomorrow, I guess. Me? I don't care if we never go. Hawaii's not so easy to leave, is it, Carrie? She shook her head. Hardest place I know of, Johnny. I shall have to be sailing presently, and I know what a wrench it will be. Perhaps I'll follow the example of Waioli the swimmer and leave the boat when it passes Waikiki. They lolled for a moment in silence. Suddenly, John Quincy sat up. What was that you said? He asked. About Waioli? Didn't I ever tell you? He was one of our best swimmers, and for years they tried to get him to go to the mainland to take part in athletic meets, like Duke Kahanamoku. But he was a sentimentalist. He couldn't bring himself to leave Hawaii. Finally, they persuaded him, and one sunny morning, he sailed on a Matsonia with a very sad face. When the ship was opposite Waikiki, he slipped overboard and swam ashore. And that was that. He never got on a ship again. You see, John Quincy was on his feet. "What time was it when we left the beach?" he asked in a low, tense voice. "About 8:30, said Booth. John Quincy talked very fast. "That means I've got just 30 minutes to get ashore, dress, and reach the dock before the President Tyler sails. I'm sorry to go, but it's vital. Carrie, I started to tell you something. I don't know when I'll get back, but I must see you when I do, either at Mrs. Maynard's or the hotel. Will you wait up for me?" She was startled by the seriousness of his tone. "Yes, I'll be waiting," she told him. "That's great." He hesitated a moment. It is a risky business to leave the girl you love on a float in the moonlight with a handsome naval officer. But it had to be done. "I'm off," he said, and dove. When he came up, he heard the lieutenant's voice. "Say, old man, that dive was all wrong. You let me show you." "Go to the devil," muttered John Quincy wetly, and swam with long, powerful strokes toward the shore. Mad with haste, he plunged into the dressing room, donned his clothes, then dashed out again. No time for apologies to his hostess. He ran along the beach to the Winterslip house. Haku was dozing in the hall. "Wiki, shouted John Quincy. "Tell the chauffeur to get the roadster into the drive and start the engine. Wake up, travel. Where's Miss Barbara?" "Last seen on beach," began the startled Haku. On the bench under the how tree, he found Barbara sitting alone. He stood panting before her. "My dear," he said, "I know at last who killed your father." She was on her feet. "You do?" "Yes. Shall I tell you?" "No," she said. "No, I can't bear to hear. It's too horrible." "Then you've suspected?" "Yes, just suspicion, a feeling, intuition. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. I went away to get it out of my mind. It's all too terrible." He put his hand on her shoulder. "Poor Barbara, don't you worry. You won't appear in this in any way. I'll keep you out of it." What has happened?" "Can't stop now. Tell you later." He ran toward the drive. Miss Minerva appeared from the house. "Haven't time to talk," he cried, leaping into the roadster. "But John Quincy, a curious thing has happened. That lawyer who was here to look at the house, he said that Dan, just a week before he died, spoke to him about a new will." "That's good. That's evidence," John Quincy cried. "But why a new will? Surely Barbara was all he had." "Listen to me," cut in John Quincy. "You've delayed me already. Get the big car and go to the station. Tell that to Howlett. Tell him, too, that I'm on the President's Tyler and to send Chan there at once." He stepped on the gas. By the clock in the automobile, he had just 17 minutes to reach the dock before the President Tyler would sail. He shot like a madman through the brilliant Hawaiian night. Kalakaua Avenue, smooth and deserted, proved a glorious speedway. It took him just 8 minutes to travel the 3 miles to the dock. A bit of traffic and an angry policeman in the center of the city caused the delay. A scattering of people in the dim pier shed waited for the imminent sailing of the liner. John Quincy dashed through them and up the gangplank. The second officer, Hepworth, stood at the top. "Hello, Mr. Winterslip," he said. "You sailing?" "No, but let me aboard." "I'm sorry, we're about to draw in the plank." No, you mustn't. This is life and death. Hold off just a few minutes. There's a steward named Boker. I must find him at once. Life and death, I tell you." Hepworth stood aside. "Oh, well, in that case, but please hurry, sir." "I will." John Quincy passed him on the run. He was on his way to the cabins presided over by Boker when a tall figure caught his eye. A man in a long green ulster and a battered green hat. A hat John Quincy had last seen on the links of the Oahu Country Club. The tall figure moved on up a stairway to the topmost deck. John Quincy followed. He saw the ulster disappear into one of the deluxe cabins. Still he followed and pushed open the cabin door. The man in the ulster was back, but he swung round suddenly. "Ah, Mr. Jennison!" John Quincy cried. "Were you thinking of sailing on this boat?" For an instant Jennison stared at him. "I was," he said quietly. "Forget it," John Quincy answered. "You're going ashore with me." "Really? What is your authority?" "No authority whatever," said the boy grimly. "I'm taking you, that's all." Jennison smiled, but there was a gleam of hate behind it. And in John Quincy's heart, usually so gentle and civilized, there was hate too as he faced this man. He thought of Dan Winterslip dead on his cot. He thought of Jennison walking down the gangplank with him that morning they landed, Jennison putting his arm about poor Barbara when she faltered under the blow. He thought of the shots fired at him from the bush, of the red-haired man battering him in that red room. Well, he must fight again. No way out of it. The siren of the President Tyler sounded a sharp warning. "You get out of here," said Jennison through his teeth. "I'll go with you to the gangplank." He stopped as the disadvantages of that plan came home to him. His right hand went swiftly to his pocket. Inspired, John Quincy seized a filled water bottle and hurled it at the man's head. Jennison dodged. The bottle crashed through one of the windows. The clatter of glass rang through the night, but no one appeared. John Quincy saw Jennison leap toward him, something gleaming in his hand. Stepping aside, he threw himself on the man's back and forced him to his knees. He seized the wrist of Jennison's right hand, which held the automatic, in a firm grip. They kept the posture for a moment, and then Jennison began slowly to rise to his feet. The hand that held the pistol began to tear away. John Quincy shut his teeth and sought to maintain his grip. But he was up against a more powerful antagonist than the red-haired sailor. He was outclassed, and the realization of it crept over him with a sickening force. Jennison was on his feet now, the right hand nearly free. Another moment. What then? John Quincy wondered. This man had no intention of letting him go ashore. He had changed that plan the moment he put it into words. A muffled shot, and later in the night when the ship was well out on the Pacific, John Quincy thought of Boston, his mother. he thought of Carlotta waiting his return. He summoned his strength for one last desperate effort to renew his grip. A serene, ivory-colored face appeared suddenly at the broken window. An arm with a weapon was extended through the jagged opening. "Relinquish the firearms, Mr. Jennison," commanded Charlie Chan, "or I am forced to make fatal insertion in vital organ belonging to you." Jennison's pistol dropped to the floor, and John Quincy staggered back against the berth. At that instant, the door opened and Hallett, followed by the detective Spencer, came in. "Hello, Winterslip. What are you doing here?" the captain said. He thrust a paper into one of the pockets of the green ulster. "Come along, Jennison," he said. "We want you." Limply, John Quincy followed them from the stateroom. Outside, they were joined by Chan. At the top of the gangplank, Hallett paused. "We'll wait a minute for Hepworth," he said. John Quincy put his hand on Chan's shoulder. "Charlie, how can I ever thank you? You saved my life." Chan bowed. "My own pleasure is not to be worded. I have saved a life here and there, but never before one that had beginning in the cultured city of Boston. Always a happy item on the golden scroll of memory." Hepworth came up. "It's all right," he said. "The captain has agreed to delay our sailing 1 hour. I'll go to the station with you." On the way down the gangplank, Chan turned to John Quincy. "Speaking heartily for myself, I congratulate your bravery. It is clear you leaped upon this Jennison with vigorous and triumphant mood of heart. But he would have pushed you down. He would have conquered. And why? The answer is such powerful wrists." "A great surfboarder, eh?" John Quincy said. Chan looked at him keenly. "You are no person's fool. 10 years ago, this Harry Jennison, our champion swimmer in all Hawaii. I extract that news from ancient sporting pages of Honolulu Journal. But he have not been in the water much here lately. Pursuing the truth further, not since the night he killed Dan Winterslip." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 22. The Light Streams Through. They moved on through the pier shed to the street, where Hepworth, Jennison, and the 3 policemen got into Hallett's car. The captain turned to John Quincy. "You coming, Mr. Winterslip?" he inquired. "I've got my own car," the boy explained. "I'll follow you in that." The roadster was not performing at its best, and he reached the station house a good 5 minutes after the policeman. He noted Dan Winterslip's big limousine parked in the street outside. In Hallett's room, he found the captain and Chan closeted with a third man. It took a second glance at the latter to identify him as Mr. Saladin, for the little man of the lost teeth now appeared a great deal younger than John Quincy had thought him. "Ah, Mr. Winterslip," remarked Hallett. He turned to Saladin. "Say, Larry, you've got me into a heap of trouble with this boy. He accused me of trying to shield you. I wish you'd loosen up for him." Saladin smiled. "Why, I don't mind. My job out here is about finished. Of course, Mr. Winterslip will keep what I tell him under his hat? Naturally, replied John Quincy. He noticed that the man spoke with no trace of a lisp. I perceive you found your teeth, he added. Oh, yes. I found them in my trunk, where I put them the day I arrived at Waikiki, answered Saladin. When my teeth were knocked out 20 years ago in a football game, I was broken-hearted, but the loss has been a great help to me in my work. A man hunting his bridge work in the water is a figure of ridicule and mirth. No one ever thinks of connecting him with serious affairs. He can prowl about a beach to his heart's content. Mr. Winterslip, I am a special agent of the Treasury Department sent out here to break up the opium ring. My name, of course, is not Saladin. Oh, said John Quincy. I understand at last. I'm glad you do, remarked Hallett. I don't know whether you're familiar with the way our opium smugglers work. The dope is brought in from the Orient on tramp steamers, the Mary S. Allison, for example. When they arrive off Waikiki, they knock together a few small rafts and load them with tins of the stuff. A fleet of little boats, supposedly out there for fishing, pick up these rafts and bring the dope ashore. It's taken downtown and hidden on ships bound for Frisco, usually those that ply only between here and the mainland, because they're not so closely watched at the other end. But it just happened that the quartermaster of the President Tyler is one of their go-betweens. We searched his cabin this evening and found it packed with the stuff. The quartermaster of the President Tyler, repeated John Quincy. That's Dick Kaohla's friend. Yeah, I'm coming to Dick. He's been in charge of the pickup fleet here. He was out on that business the night of the murder. Saladin saw him and told me all about it in that note, which was my reason for letting the boy go. I owe you an apology, John Quincy said. Oh, that's all right. Hallett was in great good humor. Larry here has got some of the higher-ups, too. For instance, he's discovered that Jennison is the lawyer for the ring, defending any of them who are caught and brought before the commissioner. The fact has no bearing on Dan Winterslip's murder, unless Winterslip knew about it, and that was one of the reasons he didn't want Jennison to marry his girl. Saladin stood up. I'll turn the quartermaster over to you, he said. In view of this other charge, you can of course have Jennison too. That's all for me. I'll go along. See you tomorrow, Larry, Hallett answered. Saladin went out, and the captain turned to John Quincy. Well, my boy, this is our big night. I don't know what you were doing in Jennison's cabin, but if you'd picked him for the murderer, I'll say you're good. That's just what I'd done, John Quincy told him. By the way, have you seen my aunt? She's got hold of a rather interesting bit of information. I've seen her, Hallett said. She's with the prosecutor now, telling it to him. By the way, Green's waiting for us. Come along. They went into the prosecutor's office. Green was alert and eager. A stenographer was at his elbow, and Miss Minerva sat near his desk. Hello, Mr. Winterslip, he said. What do you think of our police force now? Pretty good, eh? Pretty good. Sit down, won't you? He glanced through some papers on his desk while John, Quincy, Hallett, and Chan found chairs. I don't mind telling you, this thing has knocked me all in a heap. Harry Jennison and I are old friends. I had lunch with him at the club only yesterday. I'm going to proceed a little differently than I would with an ordinary criminal. John Quincy half rose from his chair. Don't get excited. Green smiled. Jennison will get all that's coming to him, friendship or no friendship. What I mean is that if I can save the territory at the expense of a long trial by dragging a confession out of him at once, I intend to do it. He's coming in here in a moment, and I propose to reveal my whole hand to him from start to finish. That may seem foolish, but it isn't. For I hold aces, all aces, and he'll know it as quickly as anyone. The door opened. Spencer ushered Jennison into the room and then withdrew. The accused man stood there, proud, haughty, defiant, a Viking of the tropics, a blonde giant at bay but unafraid. Hello, Jennison, Green said. I'm mighty sorry about this. You ought to be, Jennison replied. You're making an awful fool of yourself. What is this damn nonsense anyhow? Sit down, said the prosecutor sharply. He indicated a chair on the opposite side of the desk. He had already turned the shade on his desk lamp so the light would shine full in the face of anyone sitting there. That lamp bothering you, Harry? He asked. Why should it? Jennison demanded. Good, smiled Green. I believe Captain Hallett served you with a warrant on the boat. Have you looked at it by any chance? I have. The prosecutor leaned across the desk. Murder, Jennison. Jennison's expression did not change. Damned nonsense, as I told you. Why should I murder anyone? Ah, the motive, Green replied. You're quite right. We should begin with that. Do you wish to be represented here by counsel? Jennison shook his head. I guess I'm lawyer enough to puncture this silly business, he replied. Very well. Green turned to his stenographer. Get this. The man nodded, and the prosecutor addressed Miss Minerva. Miss Winterslip, we'll start with you. Miss Minerva leaned forward. Mr. Dan Winterslip's house on the beach has, as I told you, been offered for sale by his daughter. After dinner this evening, a gentleman came to look at it. A prominent lawyer named Haley. As we went over the house, Mr. Haley mentioned that he had met Dan Winterslip on the street a week before his death, and that my cousin had spoken to him about coming in shortly to draw up a new will. He did not say what the provisions of the will were to be, nor did he ever carry out his intention. Ah, yes, said Green. But Mr. Jennison here was your cousin's lawyer? He was. If he wanted to draw a new will, he wouldn't ordinarily have gone to a stranger for that purpose. Not ordinarily, unless he had some good reason. Precisely. Unless, for instance, the will had some connection with Harry Jennison. I object, Jennison cried. This is mere conjecture. So it is, Green answered. But we're not in court, We can conjecture if we like. Suppose, Miss Winterslip, the will was concerned with Jennison in some way. What do you imagine the connection to have been? I don't have to imagine, replied Miss Minerva. I know. Ah, that's good. You know. Go on. Before I came down here tonight, I had a talk with my niece. She admitted that her father knew she and Jennison were in love, and that he had bitterly opposed the match. He had even gone so far as to say he would disinherit her if she went through with it. Then the new will Dan Winterslip intended to make would probably have been to the effect that in the event his daughter married Jennison, she was not to inherit a penny of his money? There isn't any doubt of it, said Miss Minerva firmly. You asked for a motive, Jennison, Green said. That's motive enough for me. Everybody knows you're money mad. You wanted to marry Winterslip's daughter, the richest girl in the islands. He said you couldn't have her, not with the money too. But you're not the sort to make a penniless marriage. You were determined to get both Barbara Winterslip and her father's property. Only one person stood in your way, Dan Winterslip. And that's how you happened to be on his lanai that Monday night. Wait a minute, Jennison protested. I wasn't on his lanai. I was on board the President Tyler, and everybody knows that ship didn't land its passengers until 9 the following morning. I'm coming to that, Green told him. Just now. By the way, what time is it? Jennison took from his pocket a watch on the end of a slender chain. It's 9:15. Ah, yes. Is that the watch you usually carry? It is. Ever wear a wristwatch? Jennison hesitated. Occasionally. Only occasionally. The prosecutor rose and came round his desk. Let me see your left wrist, please. Jennison held out his arm. It was tanned a deep brown, but on the wrist was etched in white the outline of a watch and its encircling strap. Green smiled. Yes, you have worn a wristwatch. And you've worn it pretty constantly from the look of things. He took a small object from his pocket and held it in front of Jennison. This watch, perhaps? Jennison regarded it stonily. Ever see it before? Green asked. No? Well, suppose we try it on anyhow. He put the watch in position and fastened it. I can't help noting, Harry, he continued, that it fits rather neatly over that white outline on your wrist, and the prong of a buckle falls naturally into the most worn of the holes on the strap. What of that? Asked Jennison. Oh, coincidence, probably. You have abnormally large wrists, however. Surfboarding, swimming, eh? But that's something else I'll speak of later. He turned to Miss Minerva. Will you please come over here, Miss Winterslip? She came, and as she reached his side, the prosecutor suddenly bent over and switched off the light on his desk. Save for a faint glimmer through a transom, the room was in darkness. Miss Minerva was conscious of dim, huddled figures, a circle of white faces, a tense silence. The prosecutor was lifting something slowly toward her startled eyes. A watch worn on a human wrist, a watch with an illuminated dial on which the figure 2 was almost obliterated. "Look at that and tell me," came the prosecutor's voice. "You have seen it before?" "I have," she answered firmly. "Where?" "In the dark in Dan Winnislip's living room just after midnight the 30th of June. Green flashed on the light. "Thank you, Miss Winnislip." He retired behind his desk and pressed a button. "You identify it by some distinguishing mark, I presume?" "I do. The numeral 2, which is pretty well obscured." Spencer appeared at the door. "Send the Spaniard in," Green ordered. "That is all for the present, Miss Winnislip." Cabrera entered, and his eyes were frightened as they looked at Jennison. At a nod from the prosecutor, Chan removed the wristwatch and handed it to the Spaniard. "You know this watch, Jose?" Green asked. Yes," answered the boy. "Don't be afraid," Green urged. "Nobody's going to hurt you. I want you to repeat the story you told me this afternoon. You have no regular job. You're a sort of confidential errand boy for Mr. Jennison here." "I was." "Yes, that's all over now. You can speak out. On the morning of Wednesday, July 2nd, you were in Mr. Jennison's office. He gave you this wristwatch and told you to take it out and get it repaired. Something was the matter with it. It wasn't running. You took it to a big jewelry store. What happened?" "The man said it is very badly hurt. To fix it would cost more than a new watch. I go back and tell Mr. Jennison. He laugh and say it is mine as a gift." "Precisely." Green referred to a paper on his desk. "Late in the afternoon of Thursday, July 3rd, you sold the watch. To whom?" "To Lau Ho, Chinese jeweler in Mauna Kea Street. On Saturday evening, maybe 6 o'clock, Mr. Jennison telephoned my home, much excited. Must have watch again and will pay any price. I speed to Lau Ho's store. Watch is sold once more, now to unknown Japanese. Late at night, I see Mr. Jennison and he cursed me with anger. 'Get the watch,' he says. 'I have been hunting, but I could not find it.'" Green turned to Jennison. "You were a little careless with that watch, Harry. But no doubt you figured you were pretty safe. You had your alibi. Then, too, when Halleck detailed the clues to you on Winterslip's lanai the morning after the crime, he forgot to mention that someone had seen the watch. It was one of those happy accidents that are all we have to count on in this work. By Saturday night, you realized your danger. Just how you discovered it, I don't know." "I do," John Quincy interrupted. What's that?" said Green. "On Saturday afternoon," John Quincy told him, "I played golf with Mr. Jennison. On our way back to town, we talked over the clues in this case, and I happened to mention the wristwatch. I can see now it was the first he had heard of it. He was to dine with us at the beach, but he asked to be put down at his office to sign a few letters. I waited below. It must have been then that he called up this young man in an effort to locate the watch." "Great stuff," said Green enthusiastically. "That finishes the watch, Jennison. I'm surprised you wore it, but you probably knew that it would be vital to you to keep track of the time, and you figured, rightly, that it would not be immediately affected by the salt water. "What the devil are you talking about?" demanded Jennison. Again, Green pressed a button on his desk. Spencer appeared at once. "Take this Spaniard," the prosecutor directed, "and bring in Hepworth and the quartermaster." He turned again to Jennison. "I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a minute. On the night of June 30th, you were a passenger on the President's Tyler, which was lying by until dawn out near the channel entrance?" "I was." "No passengers were landed from that ship until the following morning?" "That's a matter of record." "Very well. The second officer of the President's Tyler came in, followed by a big, hulking sailor man John Quincy recognized as the quartermaster of that vessel. He was interested to note a ring on the man's right hand, and his mind went back to that encounter in the San Francisco attic. "Mr. Hepworth," the prosecutor began, "on the night of June 30th, your ship reached this port too late to dock. You anchored off Waikiki. On such an occasion, who was on deck, say, from midnight on?" "The second officer," Hepworth told him. "In this case, myself. Also the quartermaster." "The accommodation ladder is let down the night before?" "Usually, yes. It was let down that night." "Who is stationed near it?" "The quartermaster." "Ah, yes. You were in charge then on the night of June 30th. Did you notice anything unusual on that occasion?" Hepworth nodded. "I did. The quartermaster appeared to be under the influence of liquor. At 3 o'clock I found him dozing near the accommodation ladder. I roused him. When I came back from checking up the anchor bearings before turning in at dawn, about 4:30, he was dead to the world. I put him in his cabin, and the following morning I, of course, reported him." "You noticed nothing else out of the ordinary?" "Nothing, sir," Hepworth replied. "Thank you very much. Now you—" Green turned to the quartermaster. "You were drunk on duty the night of June 30th. Where did you get the booze?" The man hesitated. "Before you say anything, let me give you a bit of advice. The truth, my man. You're in pretty bad already. I'm not making any promises, but if you talk straight here, it may help you in that other matter. If you lie, it will go that much harder with you." "I ain't going to lie," promised the quartermaster. "All right, where did you get your liquor?" The man nodded toward Jennison. "He gave it to me." "He did, eh? Tell me about it." "I met him on deck just after midnight. We was still moving. I knew him before, him and me. In the opium game, both of you. I understand that. You met him on deck." "I did, and he says you're on watch tonight, eh?" And I says I am. So he slips me a little bottle and says, "This will help you pass the time." I ain't a drinking man, so help me I ain't. And I took just a nip, but there was something in that whiskey, I'll swear to it. My head was all funny like, and the next I knew I was waking up in my cabin with the bad news I was wanted above. What became of that bottle? I dropped it overboard on my way to see the captain. I didn't want nobody to find it. Did you see anything on the night of June 30th? Anything peculiar? I seen plenty, sir, but it was that drink. Nothing you would want to hear about. All right. The prosecutor turned to Jennison. Well, Harry, you drugged him, didn't you? Why? Because you were going ashore, eh? Because you knew he'd be on duty at that ladder when you returned, and you didn't want him to see you. So you dropped something into that whiskey. Guesswork. Cut in Jennison, still unruffled. I used to have some respect for you as a lawyer, but it's all gone now. If this is the best you can offer... But it isn't, said Green pleasantly. Again he pushed the button. I've something much better, Harry, if you'll only wait. He turned to Hepworth. There's a steward on your ship named Boker, he began, and John Quincy thought that Jennison stiffened. How has he been behaving lately? Well, he got pretty drunk in Hong Kong, Hepworth answered. But that, of course, was the money. What money? It's this way. The last time we sailed out of Honolulu Harbor for the Orient, over 2 weeks ago, I was in the purser's office. It was just as we were passing Diamond Head. Boker came in, and he had a big fat envelope that he wanted to deposit in the purser's safe. He said it contained a lot of money. The purser wouldn't be responsible for it without seeing it. So Boker slit the envelope, and there were 10 $100 bills. The purser made another package of it and put it in the safe. He told me Boker took out a couple of the bills when we reached Hong Kong. Where would a man like Boker get all that money? I can't imagine. He said he'd put over a business deal in Honolulu, but, well, we knew Boker. The door opened. Evidently Spencer guessed who was wanted this time, for he pushed Boker into the room. The steward of the President's Tyler was bedraggled and bleary. Hello, Boker, said the prosecutor. Sober now, aren't you? I'll tell the world I am, replied Boker. They've walked me to San Francisco and back. Can I sit down? Of course. Green smiled. This afternoon, while you were still drunk, you told a story to Willie Chan out at Okamoto's auto stand on Kaohla Avenue. Later on, early this evening, you repeated it to Captain Hallett and me. I'll have to ask you to go over it again. Boker glanced toward Jennison, then quickly looked away. Always ready to oblige, he answered. You're a steward on the President's Tyler, Green continued. On your last trip over here from the mainland, Mr. Jennison occupied one of your rooms, number 97. He was alone in it, I believe? All alone. He paid extra for the privilege, I hear. Always traveled that way. Room 97 was on the main deck, not far from the accommodation ladder? Yes, that's right. Tell us what happened after you anchored off Waikiki the night of June 30th. Boker adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with the gesture of a man about to make an after-dinner speech. Well, I was up pretty late that night. Mr. Winterslip here had loaned me some books. There was one I was particularly interested in. I wanted to finish it so I could give it to him to take ashore in the morning. It was nearly 2 o'clock when I finally got through it, and I was feeling stuffy, so I went on deck for a breath of air. You stopped not far from the accommodation ladder? Yes, sir, I did. Did you notice the quartermaster? Yes, he was sound asleep in a deck chair. I went over and leaned on the rail. The ladder was just beneath me. I'd been standing there a few minutes when suddenly somebody came up out of the water and put his hands on the lowest rung. I drew back quickly and stood in a shadow. Well, pretty soon this man comes creeping up the ladder to the deck. He was barefooted and all in black pants and shirt. I watched him. He went over and bent above the quartermaster, then started toward me down the deck. He was walking on tiptoe, but even then I didn't get wise to the fact anything was wrong. I stepped out of the shadow. "Fine night for a swim, Mr. Jennison," I said. And I saw at once that I made a social error. He gave one jump in my direction and his hands closed on my throat. I thought my time had come. He was wet, wasn't he? Green asked. Dripping. He left a trail of water on the deck. Did you notice a watch on his wrist? Yes, but you can bet I didn't make any study of it. I had other things to think about just then. I managed to sort of ooze out of his grip, and I told him to cut it out or I'd yell. "Look here," he says. "You and I can talk business, I guess. Come into my cabin." But I wasn't wanting any tete-a-tete with him in any cabin. I said I'd see him in the morning, and after I'd promised to say nothing to anybody, he let me go. I went to bed pretty much puzzled. The next morning, when I went into his cabin, there he was all fresh and rosy and smiling. If I'd had so much as a whiff of booze the night before, I'd have thought I never saw what I did. I went in there thinking I might get $100 out of the affair, but the minute he spoke, I began to smell important money. He said no one must know about his swim the night before. How much did I want? Well, I held my breath and said $10,000. And I nearly dropped dead when he answered I could have it. Boker turned to John Quincy. "I don't know what you'll think of me. I don't know what Tim would think. I'm not a crook by nature, but I was fed up and choking over that steward job. I wanted a little newspaper of my own, and up to that minute I couldn't see myself getting it. And you must remember that I didn't know then what was in the air. Murder. Later, when I did find out, I was scared to breathe. I didn't know what they could do to me." He turned to Green. "That's all fixed," he said. "I've promised you immunity," the prosecutor answered. "I'll keep my word. Go on. You agreed to accept the $10,000? "I did. I went to his office at 12. One of the conditions was that I could stay on the President's Tyler until she got back to San Francisco, and after that I was never to show my face out this way again. It suited me. Mr. Jennison introduced me to this Cabrera, who was to chaperone me the rest of that day. I'll say he did. When I went aboard the ship, he handed me $1,000 in an envelope. When I came back this time, I was to spend the day with Cabrera and get the other $9,000 when I sailed. This morning, when we tied up, I saw the Spaniard on the dock, but by the time I'd landed, he had disappeared. I met this Willie Chan, and we had a large day. This fusel oil they sell out here loosened my tongue, but I'm not sorry. Of course, the rosy dream has faded, and it's my flat feet on the deck from now to the end of time. But the shore isn't so much anymore, with all the barrooms under cover, and this sea life keeps a man out in the open air. As I say, I'm not sorry I talked. I can look any man in the eye again and tell him to go to... He glanced at Miss Minerva. Madam, I will not name the precise locality. Green stood. Well, Jennison, there's my case. I've tipped it all off to you, but I wanted you to see for yourself how airtight it is. There are two courses open to you. You can let this go to trial with a plea of not guilty, a long, humiliating ordeal for you, or you can confess here and now and throw yourself on the mercy of the court. If you're the sensible man I think you are, that's what you'll do. Jennison did not answer, did not even look at the prosecutor. It was a very neat idea, Green went on. I'll grant you that. Only one thing puzzles me. Did it come as the inspiration of the moment, or did you plan it all out in advance? You've been over to the mainland rather often of late. Were you waiting your chance? Anyhow, it came, didn't it? It came at last. And for a swimmer like you, child's play. You didn't need that ladder when you left the vessel. Perhaps you went overboard while the President's Tyler was still moving. A quick, silent dive, a little way underwater in case anyone was watching from the deck, and then a long but easy swim ashore. And there you were, on the beach at Waikiki. Not far away, Dan Winnislip was asleep on his lanai, with not so much as a locked door between you. Dan Winnislip, who stood between you and what you wanted. A little struggle, a quick thrust of your knife. Come on, Jennison, don't be a fool. It's the best way out for you now. A full confession. Jennison leaped to his feet, his eyes flashing. I'll see you in hell first, he cried. Very well, if you feel that way about it. Green turned his back upon him and began a low-toned conversation with Hallett. Jennison and Charlie Chan were together on one side of the desk. Chan took out a pencil and accidentally dropped it on the floor. He stooped to pick it up. John Quincy saw that the butt of a pistol carried in Chan's hip pocket protruded from under his coat. He saw Jennison spring forward and snatch the gun. With a cry, John Quincy moved nearer, but Green seized his arm and held him. Charlie Chan seemed unaccountably oblivious to what was going on. Jennison put the muzzle of the pistol to his forehead and pulled the trigger. A sharp click, and that was all. The pistol fell from his hand. That's it! Cried Green triumphantly. That's my confession, and not a word spoken. I've witnesses, Jennison. They all saw you. You couldn't stand the disgrace. A man in your position, you tried to kill yourself with an empty gun. He went over and patted Chan on the shoulder. A great idea, Charlie, he said. Chan thought of it, he added to Jennison. The Oriental mind, Harry. Rather subtle, isn't it? But Jennison had dropped back into his chair and buried his face in his hands. I'm sorry, said Green gently. But we've got you. Maybe you'll talk now. Jennison looked up slowly. The defiance was gone from his face. It was lined and old. Maybe I will, he said hoarsely. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Sean. Chapter 23 Moonlight at the Crossroads. They filed out, leaving Jennison with Green and the stenographer. In the anteroom, Chan approached John Quincy. "You go home decked in the shining garments of success," he said. "One thought are tantalizing me. At simultaneous moment, you arrive at same conclusion we do. To reach there, you must have leaped across considerable cavity." John Quincy laughed. "I'll say I did. It came to me tonight. First, someone mentioned a golf professional with big wrists who drove a long ball. I had a quick flash of Jennison on the links here, and his terrific drives. Big wrists, they told me, meant that a man was proficient in the water. Then someone else, a young woman, spoke of a champion swimmer who left a ship off Waikiki. That was the first time the idea of such a thing had occurred to me. I was pretty warm then, and I felt Boker was the man who could verify my suspicion. When I rushed aboard the President Tyler to find him, I saw Jennison about to sail, and that confirmed my theory. I went after him." "A brave performance," commented Chan. "But as you can see, Charlie, I didn't have an iota of real evidence. Just guesswork. You were the one who furnished the proof." "Proof are essential in this business," Chan replied. "I'm tantalized too, Charlie. I remember you in the library. You were on the track long before I was. How come?" Chan grinned. "Seated at our ease in all-American restaurant that first night, you will recall I spoke of Chinese people as sensitives like camera film. A look, a laugh, a gesture, something go click. Boker enters and hovering above, says with alcoholic accent, 'I'm my own master, ain't I?' In my mind, the click. He is not own master. I follow to dock. Behold when Spaniard present envelope. But for days I am fogged. I can only learn Cabrera and Jennison are very close. Clues continue to burst in our countenance. The occasion remains suspensive. At the library, I read of Jennison the fine swimmer. After that, the watch and triumph." Miss Minerva moved on toward the door. "May I have great honor to accompany you to car?" asked Chan. Outside, John Quincy directed the chauffeur to return alone to Waikiki with the limousine. "You're riding out with me," he told his aunt. "I want to talk with you." She turned to Charlie Chan. "I congratulate you. You've got brains and they count." He bowed low. "From you that compliment glows rosy red. At this moment of parting, my heart droops. My final wish, the snowy, chilling days of winter and the scorching, windless days of summer, may they all be the springtime for you." "You're very kind," she said softly. John Quincy took his hand. "It's been great fun knowing you, Charlie," he remarked. "You will go again to the mainland," Chan said. "The angry ocean rolling between us. Still, I shall carry the memory of your friendship like a flower in my heart. John Quincy climbed into the car. And the parting may not be eternal, Chan added cheerfully. The joy of travel may yet be mine. I shall look forward to the day when I may call upon you in your home and shake a healthy hand. John Quincy started the car, and slipping away, they left Chan standing like a great Buddha on the curb. Poor Barbara, said Miss Minerva presently. I dread to face her with this news. But then, it's not altogether news at that. She told me she'd been conscious of something wrong between her and Jennison ever since they landed. She didn't think he killed her father, but she believed he was involved in it somehow. She is planning to settle with Braid tomorrow and leave the next day, probably forever. I've persuaded her to come to Boston for a long visit. You'll see her there. John Quincy shook his head. No, I shan't. But thanks for reminding me. I must go to the cable office at once. When he emerged from the office and again entered the car, he was smiling happily. In San Francisco, he explained, Roger accused me of being a Puritan survival. He ran over a little list of adventures he said had never happened to me. Well, most of them have happened now, and I cabled to tell him so. I also said I'd take that job with him. Miss Minerva frowned. Think it over carefully, she warned. San Francisco isn't Boston. The cultural standard is, I fancy, much lower. You'll be lonely there. Oh no, I shan't. Someone will be there with me. At least I hope she will. Agatha? No, not Agatha. The cultural standard was too low for her. She's broken our engagement. Barbara, then? Not Barbara, either. But I have sometimes thought... You thought Barbara sent Jennison packing because of me. Jennison thought so too. It's all clear now. That was why he tried to frighten me into leaving Honolulu and set his opium running friends on me when I wouldn't go. But Barbara is not in love with me. We understand now why she broke her engagement. Neither Agatha nor Barbara, repeated Miss Minerva. Then who? You haven't met her yet, but that happy privilege will be yours before you sleep. The sweetest girl in the islands or in the world. The daughter of Jim Egan, whom you have been heard to refer to as a glorified beachcomber. Again, Miss Minerva frowned. It's a great risk, John Quincy. She hasn't our background. No, and that's a pleasant change. She's the niece of your old friend. You knew that? I did, answered Miss Minerva softly. Your dear friend of the 80s. What was it you said to me? If your chance ever comes... I hope you will be very happy, his aunt said. When you write it to your mother, be sure to mention Captain Cope of the British Admiralty. Poor Grace. That will be all she'll have to cling to after the wreck. What wreck? The wreck of all her hopes for you. Nonsense. Mother will understand. She knows I'm a roaming winterslip, and when we roam, we roam. They found Madame Maynard seated in her living room with a few of her more elderly guests. From the beach came the sound of youthful revelry. "Well, my boy," the old woman cried, "it appears you couldn't stay away from your policeman friends one single evening after all. I give you up." John Quincy laughed. "I'm a pal now. By the way, Carlotta Egan, is she?" "They're all out there somewhere," the hostess said. "They came in for a bit of supper. By the way, there are sandwiches in the dining room and—" "Not just now," said John Quincy. "Thank you so much. I'll see you again, of course." He dashed out on the sand. A group of young people under the how tree informed him that Carlotta Egan was on the farthest float. Alone? Well, no. That naval lieutenant... He was, he reflected as he hurried on toward the water, a bit fed up with the Navy. That was hardly the attitude he should have taken, considering all the Navy had done for him, but it was human, and John Quincy was human at last. For an instant he stood at the water's edge. His bathing suit was in the dressing room, but he never gave it a thought. He kicked off his shoes, tossed aside his coat, and plunged into the breakers. The blood of the wandering winterslips was racing through his veins. Hot blood that tropical waters had ever been powerless to cool. Sure enough, Carlotta Egan and Lieutenant Booth were together on the float. John Quincy climbed up beside them. "Well, I'm back," he announced. "I'll tell the world you're back," said the lieutenant. "And all wet, too." They sat there. Across 1,000 miles of warm water, the trade winds came to fan their cheeks. Just above the horizon hung the Southern Cross. The island lights trembled along the shore. The yellow eye on Diamond Head was winking. A gorgeous setting. Only one thing was wrong with it. It seemed rather crowded. John Quincy had an inspiration. "Just as I hit the water," he remarked, "I thought I heard you say something about my dive. Didn't you like it?" "It was rotten," replied the lieutenant amiably. "You offered to show me what was wrong with it, I believe?" "Sure, if you want me to." "By all means," said John Quincy. "Learn one thing every day. That's my motto." Lieutenant Booth went to the end of the springboard. "In the first place, always keep your ankles close together like this." "I've got you," answered John Quincy. "And hold your arms tight against your ears." "The tighter the better, as far as I'm concerned." "Then double up like a jackknife," continued the instructor. He doubled up like a jackknife and rose into the air. At the same instant, John Quincy seized the girl's hands. "Listen to me. I can't wait another second. I want to tell you that I love you." "You're mad," she cried. "Mad about you. Ever since that day on the ferry." "But your people?" "What about my people? It's just you and I. We'll live in San Francisco. That is, if you love me." Well, In heaven's name, be quick. That human submarine is floating around here under us. You love me, don't you? You'll marry me? Yes. He took her in his arms and kissed her. Only the wandering winterslips could kiss like that. The stay-at-homes had always secretly begrudged them the accomplishment. The girl broke away at last, breathless. "Johnny!" she cried. A sputter beside them, and Lieutenant Booth climbed onto the float, moist and panting. "What's that?" he gurgled. "She was speaking to me," cried John Quincy triumphantly. End of chapter 23. End of The House Without a Key by Earl Derr.